beep beep.
we
I
we
think
we
we
live.
are beautiful.
Okay. All right then. Anybody want to come up? Please ask if you to come on
Esmeralda.
up. Anywho.
It's so late.
I was really absolutely starting, because like I don't know, it happened. Anyways, but so hi everyone. This is Sidvich's late birthday stream because his birthday was actually on Tuesday. But I'm a California slacker and time warp and back in the past. And Bob's your uncle, and here we are right now. You're welcome. I can't even read chat right now. Oh shit! Oh
Walt?
no! Oh man!
Where's Walt?
Wolf's stuck in his backyard apparently. I'm not sure.
Walt?
uh,
Walt?
Elder says, better
Walt?
late than never. Oh, 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 man, the phone is so heavy. The eyelids are so heavy. Oh, fuck, I close the birds again. Shit. Anyways, listen to this. It's all about what days. Saturday. Saturday. It's all about the party.
It's not Saturday, it's Sunday.
Well, for me, it was the past. It's a Saturday. Man, don't just like everyone's the little bubble. Come on, man.
I have to remember that I'm in Australia.
Oh yeah. Uh, oh snap! Oh, who's that? You got?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't even know. Hey, no, what's up, sis? How are you?
Greetings to all the people.
Hey,
Greetings.
how are you? How are you, sis?
Oh, you
I'm
like the
doing
hat,
good.
Esmeralda? I got that from Mighty Whitey.
Fuck, dude. So good right now. So fun.
How
Oh,
was your weekend so far, Nos?
Ah, yeah, it's a weekend.
Yeah.
I got up at 6 o'clock this morning and put in 3 hours doing uh, job applications.
Ah, yeah.
wait.
Well, that needs doing.
Yeah,
Oh, sorry. Spit.
gonna
Wow.
have a job for a little while.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
makes
tried that.
sense. Oh man, like,
Really? Hello, Brandy.
oh shit. Man, I can't
Brandy,
chat. Damn it. Hi,
Brandy, good
Brandy.
to
Hi,
see you.
Esmeralda. Hi, everybody. I can't read this. Sorry.
Esmeralda says that's
Oh.
almost worse than the hours I spent cleaning the house. Almost.
Yep, I can agree with that. Yeah, I would
Oh,
rather be
wait.
cleaning than doing job applications.
I felt tired. Yeah, that's all. That's all.
Did you pull a Bulbasaur?
Hold
Oh,
my
what?
side. Work for the fire department with the Squirtle Squad.
What the
Fireman Sam
fuck?
and Bones the
Squirtle,
Builder.
squirt.
Postman Pat.
Yes, he can.
Okay. Sarah, I have a serious question, Sarah. Uh, wasn't Gigi in the chat room on
What?
Monday, Tuesday?
It was what?
Yeah,
What? What?
he was there on my birthday.
Yeah.
What are we talking about?
There was a stream earlier in the week.
No. We were just backstage.
Oh, it was just
For
backstage. Got it.
like six,
Uh,
7, 8 hours or something.
Right.
I don't even know what we're talking about. Listen, what? What?
Well, we also did that on Wednesday night after the stream.
Yes,
Wednesday, I think I was asleep. Forget it
that
all.
was on this channel.
That's true. Yep, that was on this channel.
So, like, I'm talking about YouTube here. So, oh, damn.
All right, cheers.
What?
It's Saturday. Somebody have a fucking beer with me.
I was being home phone.
I don't have beer, but I could get some mead.
Okay, well, do that then. But at the same time here, I can't hold the phone and do and something. I can't chat. It's a real chat. It's a real chat. Chat. Please.
Sarah, you
Beer.
sound a little disorganized. Are you green?
What? What?
Wine, is that okay? Yeah, that's okay. Only because
What?
you're a girl.
What? What are you talking about? What?
Hey, Lemon.
What?
It's about time again, then,
What?
Gigi.
What?
He says
What
you
are we
haven't
talking about?
drank in 20 years.
What are you talking
Gigi in chat,
Yeah.
yeah, said he
about?
hasn't drank in over 20 years, and yeah, if I had regular access to green, I would have no use for alcohol.
Yeah, I agree.
Mhm.
Maybe.
I don't know, man. I can't.
Hey, layman.
Hey, John P. Adventures with us.
Jumpy.
Brother.
Go
Mhm.
Portugal.
Heck yeah. I had something to say about that, but also food. I don't want to talk about it, so no, but, you know.
I agree with Esmeralda.
What?
Yeah.
I like
What?
alcohol. It's a different heart than green.
Well, I get the whole package, so
Yeah.
I'm good. Mm-hmm.
But if you have difficulty balancing out your uh, chemical intake levels, alcohol hits a lot worse than pot does.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, you have too much pot, you're sitting on your ass, but you're, still functional. Get too much alcohol, you're on the floor. Your
Yeah.
body recognizes that you have alcohol poisoning and tries to vacate your stomach.
Mm.
I had that once. I bought bad moonshine.
Yeah. Hey Sarah, your bird sounds like a squeaky bed. You need to oil it.
It was the kitchen, the birds.
You're fine, Gigi. Just have a happy smoke.
Yep. Happy smokes.
Also, I don't get hangovers because I never stop drinking.
There you go. That is a really good tactic.
Keep it going. Yeah, but yeah, a lot of if you take a lot of pills and stuff, it's not good to drink.
Yeah.
It's a bad mix. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's funny because, alcohol is natural and you can't take the natural things because of all the chemical things you have to take. That's messed up.
I never thought about it like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Like the
Gigi.
Esmeralda.
We need to get you a new kidney. Actually, two of them. We'll just replace the ones that are there.
Yeah, one of my friends got a new kidney some years ago, but now he's rejected it, and it's been like what,
Yeah.
7 8 years.
Yeah, it's time for the medical industry to learn about proper organ cloning. Your body won't reject a kidney if it's your own DNA.
Nah.
Organ replacement's a big industry. We can make some money there.
But pick your poison, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Gigi. We'll get you a couple of them.
Now everybody have something happy.
Yes.
Let's say cheers for Bolly. That's out riding 500 miles on a horse.
I miss horse riding.
Again?
Mm.
Did I miss horse riding?
This first Friday?
Yes.
Okay.
I grew up in a cow town. So if you didn't live on a farm, half the kids in the school did.
Well, I mean, I have horses too. Just on. Dang it. Someone's backstage. I can't move it.
Don't worry.
Happy birthday, Sidvich.
Oh, snap. It's
Hey.
Jim.
This man is 495 years old today.
Oh, snap. Snap.
I thought it was Tuesday.
Well, listen. I
His
don't know
words
math
live
anymore.
longer.
Thank what's chat saying? So chat ready.
Oh, they're discussing blood types now.
Oh.
Hmm?
Oh, that was a bad joke. Shame on me. Okay. Now I don't have anything to say because. I'm
Nice one.
sorry. Whatever.
I just did happy birthday and arm farts for you, Sidvich. That hurt.
What? Aardvark?
I did happy birthday and arm farts for him just now.
Uh,
I never done that before.
I am so sorry. You, in what form?
Arm farts.
What's wrong with your microphone today?
Let
Arm
me get my
form?
headphones.
Good plan.
Arm phone. Where's arm phone? It's arm phone. What's our phone?
Story time.
It's our phone. It's our phone. What's our
Susan!
Hey, Susan.
um, Suzanne. Excuse me, I'm tired. Alright. Chill up.
No, Jimbo accidentally dropped.
What? I'm sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, I dropped again.
Hey. What the hell was that?
Uh, cheers.
Why? Why is Sidvich purpose singing quickly? What's happening?
I, I, I've been drinking beer. What do you mean?
Foster's.
Oh, you are like twitching it. Oh man,
I like
I
beer.
Sarah, you are just having too much fun.
Yeah, it's too much of that thing.
So,
Oh my god, there's Narcus there.
Okay. We gotta test how green Sarah is. Okay,
what?
Sarah. Said we gotta test how green Sarah is because you're laughing a lot.
Alright.
All right. So what do you get when you cross a giraffe and a pit bull?
Um,
A watchdog for the third floor.
yeah, like that. What? That's
Ah,
good.
she paused that well.
Yeah. See, she was able to handle that. She didn't go off on a random laughing streak.
But Sarah, do you know what the elephant does when the elephant wants to hide?
Are you doing a little elf? What's the type? What?
Yeah, when the elephant, those big snabble fucks.
What? What was still? Said
Do
what?
you know what they do when they want to hide?
Oh no! So what the hell are we talking about now? What are we talking about?
I'm asking you a question.
What are we talking about?
Elephants.
Their poop smells bad? Really bad? Why are we talking about elephants? What? What am I missing? Besides,
You
Jesus Christ.
obviously,
Uh,
yeah. So there goes the line between giraffe and elephant, and us.
Yep.
wait, what? I'm sorry. Move comprende.
It's okay.
Move comprende.
Hmm.
No comprende.
Billions and billions of IPs out there.
No comprende.
Yeah.
Oh, ah, that birds. Sorry, that birds are hard to find. So,
Birds are not bad. They sound fine. Sounds like I'm in a different, like in the jungle. I don't mind it.
Birds are
thanks,
fun.
Jim.
But I'm not everybody else. Just my opinion.
Yeah, thanks. They go for birds. No bad. Yeah.
Jumpy says, "Hello, birdies."
Everybody's happy says hi. Birdies, well, happy, please say hi. Oh, no, fuck. Oh, oh,
Uh
what the
oh.
hell?
Bark.
What does that mean?
I think we have a blue chicken in the building.
Hey, did somebody here? Did somebody here cook me? What the fuck is happening? There's goat meowing thing. What the hell's happening? Who even was that? What the hell was that?
I don't know, Snarky, but it's interesting that you should ask that.
What was that? What's happening?
Hello, blue chicken.
Holy Christ! Holy shit! Oh my! Oh, that was
Yo,
on all my
Blue,
ears.
you're my boy.
Oh, Blue, you're born. I'm bird Blue. I'm bird Blue. I'm
You're my
bird.
fam.
No, I'm bird. I love bird.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Apollo, you are too.
Hmm.
Uh,
Good times.
Just fucking. Oh, Jesus Christ!
well,
Oh
well, well,
my.
look at this.
What is this? Oh, I can see it.
We got a GJ.
Who
We
know? Who
have the
know?
Gorilla
Who
Gamer in the
know?
house.
Who
Oh,
know?
yeah.
What's up, you fools? Happy birthday to Sidvich. You still here? Is that his gnome?
No.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, that is my gnome. Yes, I'm flying over the Atlantic from Norway to
He has a
Atlanta,
very
Georgia.
big gnome.
I am a gnome and I fly airplanes. I will fly one right up your ass.
You
So what's up?
sound
So what's up, man?
just,
How old are you, Sidvich? You 35
you,
now? Are you 22?
you
What there?
sound
What the
just
hell?
like a
Where
Sidvich.
we where
I'll
we
400.
send
knocking
a
around at
private
here?
message through Snarky Attack. I have her phone number.
What's that? You got whose phone number?
I'm 74.
In dog years. 74 in dog years. So what does that make them in human years? So probably knock off maybe what, 30 years. You know what? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go ahead and guess. I don't know. I don't know.
He's a
I have
year
nothing to
older than
base it on.
you. He's
I
a
got
year
jack the
older than
bass on,
you.
except for what you
He's a
told
year
me when we talked
older
about.
than
So I'm going
you.
to guess that you are 40. How's that? How's 40 sound? Is 40 a good one?
We were talking on my proper birthday.
What?
Put my phone
We
number in the private
talked
chat.
on my birthday. I told you how it was. And I
Well,
was, if he
I'm
just had
burnout, dude. I
twisted
can't
those,
remember.
if he just had twisted those numbers around, you would be much closer.
So instead of 40, you're 4?
He's 50. So 50. You 50?
Oh my god!
Even the birds are cracking up.
I don't know what 74 is backwards.
40.
It's definitely not 50 or 4.
Well, which one is it? 69 or 35? Those are your two guesses right there.
There
69
you
or
go.
35.
He's a
Come on.
year
You're
older
65,
than
Blue. Blue, you're my boy. Hey, Nos.
Greetings.
How are you, kid?
Oh my god. Bro,
Doing good.
You doing all right in Texas? How's
Yep.
Texas treating you?
It is hot.
I bet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
I
But
bet.
Susan and Snarky got it.
Yeah, I didn't even say snark and sass. 74-47. Hey, Blue, you're my boy. Blue, you're my boy. Sarah, turn the power down on that vibrator.
74,
Oh,
45.
now. Hey, now.
What the fuck? What? Oh,
whoops.
oh.
So what is the legit birth date? Like, how old are you? How old are you?
I'm 47.
You're 47. Oh, well, shit. You're a year older than I am.
Oh my god,
Yes,
it's the
we
whole
talked
time.
about this the other day. I'm 1 year older than you.
Yep.
Ah,
Born in 1976.
I love
Yes,
you
I
guys
am.
so much.
Yep. And I'm 1 year older than you.
Woo!
I was born in the year.
That's so sweet.
You're 48.
I am 48.
You're youthful. I wouldn't have guessed that, Nos.
Yeah, it's
I would have
my.
said somewhere in the 30s, probably lower end of the 30s is what I probably would have guessed. You look good.
Yeah. Thank you. I have advantage to
Hey,
access
So-
to the advanced anti-aging system stuff.
Well, any tips
makes
you can
it-
give this old motherfucker that's aging like a prune, you
Right.
know, feel free
So
to
the-
send them my way. Any tips, tricks?
Yeah.
Man,
Well,
bag of flops
I just
get heavy. Just drop them.
I just need to get a place set up where I can live and put together my electronics shop, and I can just deliver you anti-aging.
Buy a med bed.
that would be the coolest thing ever. You know, it'd be a cool package on the mail. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? It'd be awesome.
Well, I'd have to have you come over, or set up some gear in a secure environment situation. You can understand where the problems would come if that technology got in the hands of the sociopathic 1%ers.
oh, I was listening to the pervert, so I was gonna go, oh shit, I can't off it up.
Sociopathic centers? Is that what you said?
The sociopathic 1%ers.
Oh,
You have
okay.
to sign the NDA.
I just couldn't hear you. Sarah's still laughing at something probably 20 minutes ago. What the hell's she laughing at? What are you laughing at, goofball?
Oh, fuck.
Just say one thing you're laughing at. I'll be satisfied.
Randy, did you mean to delete everything by Snarkin's ass?
This is a fact. Hey, that's just thing you said to me since you've been over here. It's a little goofball. I love it. It's so cute. It's like a little fuck you project. Oh, goofball. I love you. Don't think I love you. Ah.
Okay, that came out. I think I understood your birds better. I know what your birds said better than you. Your birds are like fluent.
What did you do? Be happy. Just be happy. Be happy.
There we go. Well, I'm glad you're laughing. Better than crying. Whatever you're laughing about, let it go. Let it roll its course.
What's that song? If you're happy, let me know.
Okay.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands.
Yeah, there we
Wow.
go.
Patrick's laughing.
Oh man.
Hey,
So, did you get anything for your birthday, Sid? You get any like special knock on your door and have some nurse sing you like your 47th birthday song or some shit? Like that? Happy
No.
birthday, Mr. Sidvich. Happy birthday to you. You sexy.
Ah,
Maybe
good.
in a couple of years.
Yeah. Brandy? Hey, Brandy, did you mean to mute Snark and Sass for the entire channel?
What happened?
Oh, Brandy muted Snark and Sass and it deleted all of his messages.
Her, her.
Or her messages, sorry, yeah.
Fuck. A fluke.
She says, "Oh my God, no. Okay, I will take care of that." There we go.
So I can't get it now. A little too preoccupied with being a little too preoccupied.
Snarkus has his back.
Oh my gosh, sorry for that.
Yep. Yeah, I figured it was an accidental click, one of those things looking away.
Ready to go down to play that now, guys. Oh,
Poor Snark and Sass. He's like, what do they do? What do they do?
You're knock knock. Who's there? You're back, Snark and Sass.
Knock knock. Don't worry, Brandy's. It happens. I called 911 yesterday by accident.
Ah,
Yeah, that was fun.
did you ask him if their refrigerator was running?
Explaining to two dipshit cops that I accidentally called 911. Well, let me see your ID. What? Why? You know where I live, dude. What the fuck?
Right.
Stupidest shit in the world. I
Well,
don't
you're cold, so they
ID.
have to come and check.
A few years back, my kitties called 911. And I have my phone and I get turned off before I put my boobs. Anyway, so my boobs called 911. And I was like, what? Where's this weird voice coming from? Because, hello. And then I sit outside and like, where's this voice coming from? And then there's just my boobs. I'm like, what the? Oh no! I
Oh
was
yeah.
like, no.
Well, I mean, the boot,
Were you
the
slapping
boob
your
pocket.
Yeah, I was, oops. Anyways, they never found me, so they said, okay, no worries. They just go the police away and
from riding those little trains? You got to be careful. Support yourself. Support them when you're riding on the back of those trains, man. From needles, from
See, that's why
Temecula
I
and
just
Hemet to needles, man. That's a
always.
rough ride on train.
So late.
See, that's why when I'm out and about, I'm just always wearing a sports bra.
There goes Sarah. She's heading to Needles again.
What is Needles?
Needles, California. What do you mean, where's
I
Needles?
don't even
You go
know
there all the
what
time,
that
you
is.
freak. Tell me.
Where's Needles? I don't know what that is.
Yes, you do.
What
It's a
is
town
Needles?
that's close to you.
We flew there yesterday.
Yeah, we
What
flew
is
there.
Needles?
We did.
What is
We flew there
Needles?
the other day. Come on, Sarah. Needles. That's where you go and you take the train back to Hemet. Remember?
Ham doesn't have a train. How
They
much
do
would
too.
you
What do you have trains?
Oh, they don't.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
No, they
Ah,
don't.
she's on the other side of
No, they
America.
don't.
They're not so sophisticated yet.
You live right near the track, right near the Amtrak station.
That's in Riverside. It's not right near me at all.
Riverside has a tranny, not a train.
Jesus,
Remember, that's what you said. That's a quote from you. I'm not saying that. That's just a quote. To quote Sarah, Riverside is a one tranny town.
It's me, okay? It's me. It's me the whole time. Fuck y'all. It's
Nah,
me.
so I don't know why,
Yeah.
but when I got onto I just jumped on Walt and Jimbo stream the other night, right? And
Yeah.
Walt was watching this video of these guys who'll take these little like go karts and they'll put them on a train tracks, right? And
Yeah.
they'll run them out way out in the middle of nowhere. And I just happened to say, yeah, Sarah gets on the back of those. And I was kind of messing with Jimbo about it. You know, I said, and Jimbo goes, oh, really? And I'm like, yeah. And I made up this whole thing that she rides the needles and shit, on the back of these things. I was talking about it for like a half an hour.
Yep.
And just making up a scenario about how she rides the train.
Yeah, I was watching in the background.
Okay.
I was just
Right.
I was just working on
But,
stuff at the time, so I wasn't commenting during the stream.
Okay. Yeah, because I was much.
Yeah, but I watched. So they're the modern version of the.
What is the bump going on around here? Okay, oh my god,
Yeah,
what is happening?
Yeah, it's the modern version of the hand cars.
What's that?
It's the modern version of the hand car. You remember the old railroad hand cars where they have the handle that you pump up and down? Yeah. So like the first one where they were using bicycles to push it, and then ones where they put a lawnmower engine on there to run the drivetrain.
Everybody's favorite fluffer.
Yeah, it was on Tom and Jerry cartoons.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
You gotta do that little thing and haul ass.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the ones
and I've actually been on one of those before.
The one Sarah rides have motors, man, and she's got to stand on the back to kind of weigh it down so it can go faster. And so it's two people. And it's really quick. And she'll tell you all about it. She got to watch her ankles and stuff out there, but she somehow she walks from the salt flat right diagonal to the tracks. And it takes her a little bit to get from the salt flats to Needles, but it's only like 25-minute walk.
Why am I supposed to know more care about Needles? What is Needles?
Needles, California. How can you live where you live and not know Needles? That's where Sam Kinison.
Who wants Needles? Tell me. Who wants to go to the Great Needles track? Nobody does. Nobody talks about it. So why would I know about
Sam
it?
Kinison
What are
wasn't
you
in the
saying?
train.
Great. What? It was the great heroin trick of the needle god. What the fuck are you talking about? What?
I'm not the one who goes on that weekly sojourn out to the salt flats and walks and meets the dudes to ride the trains, the little trains. I'm just the reporter.
Just report on what though? I still don't know
you fill in the blanks, buddy. How you go to Needles?
Oh, good lord.
Okay. Riverside to Needles as a crow flies.
I agree, Blue.
Literally,
she's freaking lit.
Like 25 minutes from you, man.
You want your mom's 25 minutes from your mom's what?
Needles is only like 25 minutes as a crow flies from you.
Oh, okay. So I don't know any crows. Fly. Yo, crow, somebody measure the distance for me and whatever that's supposed to make sense to me. The fuck?
And they have an Amtrak terminal that you go to. See, it's this whole thing. She doesn't like talking about it.
Probably. What are you talking about?
It's okay. You don't have to talk about it anymore. I'll respect your privacy.
I know what we're talking about here, so whatever. What?
Where's Needles? That's like a password.
Password of what?
I thought it
Password
was
to
What is
fucking good
Needles?
times. Riding on the back of little trains.
What the fuck? She like, dude,
It's the
fuck,
password to
what?
fucking life, to fun. You want good times? Let's walk the salt flats for a little bit.
Hmm.
Right
Let's
out
go
of
to
Temecula.
Needles.
Hmm.
Who went to Temecula High?
I'm sure a lot of the students did.
Hell no, that's way up
Nah,
north.
you got
That's
me.
way up north. We're closer to Barstow than Needles.
I meant Barston. Fucking all those little towns are the same out there. Come on. They all look like you got
What's
mountains
going
in the
on here?
background. Sarah
Oh, fuck.
takes hikes.
Needles
Doesn't tell
is
nobody.
San Bernardino.
The fuck shit? I'm saying no way. It's what? Oh fuck.
One of these days, someone needs to slap a GoPro on top of your head. You put on your helmet. On top of your helmet. Why are you wearing a helmet?
I live
You
at
think-
Antelope and Newport.
Wait.
That's
You
where I live.
think?
Antelope
You
and
think I would?
Newport.
Listen. You think I would
Cross
even
street.
wear a helmet if I needed one? You don't know me.
Have fun.
You don't know me at all.
If
No
Flesh
way.
and blood, why would I hide?
If I was dust damaged, I'm gonna be dust damaged and damaged her. Simpler.
Slap a
Alright.
GoPro on your ass. Then we'll get the
Nah.
true story.
Are you getting the Salt Sea mixed up with like that? That's far. That's like right over by
I don't
Nevada.
even know what the hell you're talking about.
Needles.
I mean, I don't even know what that is.
Needles on? All right, no more. I'm done. I'm done with you. I give up. Hey, Doug, what's them hats, kid? Are you out there on the open road, dude?
Honk your horn and flex your tits, everybody. I mean, yeah, I only honor and spirit. Woo woo. That's weird. I'll do that again.
Thank you.
What the hell?
You're off today. All right, so you're getting bitched at, huh? All right.
Nonsense, Poopy Pants.
Nah, I'm just busting your balls.
I know, I'm just messing up too. That's cool.
Mr. Poopy Pat.
I took a day off from work to get yelled at. No, that's just something I used to say, like a fucking
That is
mantra when I was married. Was I just say,
Thanos.
oh yeah, I forgot. I took today off so you could ream my ass all day. Thanks.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah.
Never expect that shit.
Oh, well, there's a country song. Hey, isn't there a country song that's like supposed to kiss the ass that kicks mine or something like that?
What does that even mean?
I'm supposed to kiss the ass of the woman that kicks my ass. It's like I don't know, same old country
That
song.
sounds good. Yeah.
It is. It's a song. I think it's by like Conway Twitty or some bullshit. I don't know. I don't follow country too closely, but I remember hearing that song and it was like a revelation. It was like, whoa.
Oh, it's a song about not whiskey or
I didn't hear
barn
about it. It was
burning
never
down.
a
Like
revelation.
what?
Just kidding.
I've never heard of a
Just
song like
messing
that.
around, bro.
It's a song about your God damn it. It's like
It's like, God damn
I'm
it.
supposed to
Oh,
kiss the ass at night that kicks mine during the day. It's like that.
you know what that means?
Yeah, hey, listen, man. If you
It's a
weren't
double-edged
getting yelled
sword,
at,
man.
you might be doing something wrong. So who knows? Fucking hell. All relationships are different, aren't they?
They are.
Isn't that what makes the world go round?
We're all
Fucking people
different.
having shitty relationships and yelling at each other. I'd rather work.
I'd rather be working on a railroad. That's my dad did.
Sarah's been
Yeah.
hiking on the railroads.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
I
God.
stopped participating in relationships.
Friends.
Yeah, me too.
Friends. That's
Can't
how
do
I
it.
just-
No matter how much
Yeah.
I try to check myself, I'm no good for anybody right now. That's just the way it is. I can't help
You're
it.
good enough for yourself. And you know what?
Exactly.
That
I'm good enough for
matters.
me.
That's the
But to
shit.
anybody else, I'm just mass.
Hey,
You know,
when
I'm
you
just
go
I'm
down
just a
in the
clump of
ground,
fucking
you're by
atoms.
yourself.
that
So
is
instead of
taking
trying to
offense.
get as much friends as you can, just don't.
Oh my god, this is hilarious.
No, I can't
This
do
is
that. I
hilarious.
just have tight group.
Oh my god. He's
I'm
a
a
Agreed.
bitch.
clump of
He's a bitch.
cells.
Oh, Sidvich, you're the most
Seriously, we're
stupid
atoms.
American.
We never touch.
I
I'm not
would
even touching
too.
myself right
Blue
now.
chicken. You know, I mean, who else is going to tickle my fancy? I mean, listen, I live in Florida.
Blue feathers are softer.
You think I want Florida girl tickling my fancy anymore? No, 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 no. I've done that.
Oh man,
I've gone the Florida girl route. Done.
you have
Right.
So
loyalty
unless
for
I moved
yourself.
out of the state,
That's very
Right.
good.
Oh
Well,
my
how does everyone feel about Colorado?
hey, that's a
Yeah,
nice place.
seriously, I'm
I
down.
always
Like
liked it when I toured there.
Yeah.
spiritual, very spiritual. I don't know what,
Whereabouts?
like some serious energy.
Well,
Not
Like,
spiritual.
we need to
well,
be
there's so many
some.
good places.
Yeah, well, I mean, anywhere in the Rockies is good with me. We just, you
Well,
know,
then take a look. Take a look at Crested Butte or Steamboat. Steamboat is awesome. I spent a week in
Steamboat, Colorado.
Steamboat, and it was like one of the coolest places ever.
Yeah.
It's up in the mountains. It's away from everything. You know, but if you want to get to a busier town, it's not, you know, too awful far from Boulder. I don't believe. I think that's the big one.
Steamboat Springs. Yeah,
Yeah, Steamboat Springs. Yeah, it's beautiful, man. I mean, it is like out of like a Bible picture. I don't know why I picked Bible picture. It's just, you know, those pictures in the Bible are like popping. Well, this place is it's like that. It's like
yeah.
God.
It's
It's just
about an
beautiful.
hour and 15 minutes outside of Boulder.
Yeah.
Isn't that
Which is-
where you still have to
Yeah.
be careful with the natives?
Natives.
Yeah,
No,
they
where
should
do you
just
think we're
scalp you.
moving? Where do you think Colorado is, man? There ain't no natives. Well, yeah, there's natives there. A whole bunch of them, aren't there? Jesus.
Yeah,
There's probably a whole bunch of natives there. Yeah.
all the natives in North America have been
Yeah, they've been kind of thinned out.
converted. Yeah,
Yeah, the whole herd's been thinned. I
Are
don't
you
think
from
that they really even
Team
have like
Germany?
a lot of land anymore.
now
Could be
Estes
wrong.
Park is really beautiful.
I just know that nowadays, if you're an American Indian living in America, they pay you a salary and you get free medical and dental, and your salary is upper 85,000 a year. So but that's restitution, right? That's
Right.
that's not.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
you know, restitution
It's not
for
something-
taking the entire country away.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So it seems pretty paltry, you know.
Yeah.
There's no restitution that could, you know, ever be looked at as, oh, that was great. We're much better off now. Our
Yeah,
whole
we're
culture
much
is
better off
gonna
now
be
that
erased.
99.99% of our population has been extinguished and we're being bred to extinction. Sure, yeah. Pay us a little bit of money so we forget about it.
Yeah. Yeah. And watch TV and watch all this entertainment so you won't think about it and be depressed all the time. Pacify your ass.
I showed a couple of videos earlier from one of my PlayStation friends. He's a Anunnaki. And I think he would disagree. He doesn't get any payment from the government here.
Oh, boo! That is freaking.
It depends
funny.
on how much you are, like your percentage. If you're a 100% say Seminole Indian, I know for a fact that Tallahassee, Florida pays all Seminole Indians restitution.
I know it's
And
buddy. Oh yes, Tim.
I have a family relative that married a Cherokee Indian, and he was like half Cherokee, and he was pulling in the restitution. But if you're not, if your percentage is like under 25%, say, then you don't get that restitution. But it is by law that they get a restitution. I mean, that's just how it is, and it depends on their age. If they try, because you have to apply for it. I mean, they don't just give it to you. You ain't getting 85 grand just dropped in
A
your lap.
government ain't gonna do that voluntarily.
But I'm sure you have to fill out some sort of form. Like Tim, ask him. He's like part Algonquin.
Yeah, that's it. I'm Eskimo. There you go.
He's 100% Algonquin. Do the war sound. Do the war noise that you did the other night.
Whoop, whoop.
See?
That isn't a war sound. That's a Sasquatch call.
I know.
Nah,
Is that
that's-
crazy, Nos? That's
Yeah.
the thing.
It's an Algonquin
I'm
Sasquatch
actually
call.
part Sasquatch, yeah. So whoop,
Yeah.
whoop.
Yep.
How you doing, Nos?
Doing good. How about you?
Doing good. I just came back from
Whoop,
talking
if
to
you start-
people.
Yeah.
Like a star.
If you start yelling whoop whoop, you'll start attracting a bunch of
Police officers.
clown posses guys.
Wait.
Yeah, and I think I'll also start attracting S4 because he thinks every shadow is a freaking Bigfoot.
Mm-hmm.
Look.
Live. But yes, I agree.
Uh,
I agree.
Yeah.
Because every
Well,
shadow
you know,
could be.
Sarah,
But that's the problem. Every shadow could be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but we don't need. But we don't need to talk
Also,
about
you're
that
wrong.
guy because he doesn't
Yeah,
deserve
you're
to have coverage over here.
Hey, Matt.
You leave
How you
them.
doing out there, big guy? Good to see you.
hey Susan, hey John, hey Matt,
Matt.
hey Gigi.
Hey, hey, Tim. How you doing, buddy?
So Tim, you were saying you just finished talking to somebody.
Yeah, I finished talking to somebody.
Tom.
After my brother-in-law's funeral today, that I had to watch for an hour and a half because my sister wanted me to watch it on Zoom. So
Oh, God.
I was bummed out for about 2 hours after that.
Oh,
And
man.
So I just talked to a friend and
Sorry to hear that, dude.
chilled out for a while. He died from acute myeloid leukemia, and he was diagnosed with it 2 years ago. They tried every treatment in the book. They even went to Houston, Texas for an experimental treatment, which did not work.
Well, I have an uncle that has leukemia, and luckily his has been manageable, but
This is in
it was
remission, is it?
wild at first. I don't know that. I don't know. But I don't believe so because he still goes for treatments.
So it's managed but not remission.
Right. It's not remissioned. No. would
My
know.
brother-in-law went into remission twice.
Right.
The summer of 2022, he was fine until November, and then he got pneumonia.
That's
And-
the thing right there that I believe is like the kicker. As soon as
Yeah.
pneumonia hits, man, that's like your body isn't just fucking fighting you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had, thanks, Susan. Thanks, John. I had back in December, I caught pneumonia. I had it in both lungs.
Shit.
Yeah, it was bad.
Was it like they say when you try to breathe in deep? Did it feel like
It felt
you
like
were-
somebody was grabbing the bottom of my lungs and squeezing.
yeah.
Or somebody kicked me in the chest. Sarah, how you doing?
You won't get an answer.
Sarah?
She's riding the trains.
Sarah.
Okay.
Boxcar Willie.
So she's passed out pretty much.
Nah, she's probably riding the train back from Needles about now. I think she's holding on to the back, holding her arms out, flapping her arms.
Right.
Needles. I was supposed to do needles. Why needles? What is needles?
Because that's where Sam Kinison crashed, and I just remember it from back in the days. I'm a comedian. I loved him, and he got in a car crash in Needles, California. And I know that's close to Riverside because the other day, whenever me, Sid, and you were looking at Google Earth, I noticed Needles there, and I made a mental note of it because I was like, "Oh, that's where Sam Kinison died, man." Okay, and it looked like a little place, like out in the middle of nowhere, with the salt flat next to it.
What? What are you talking about?
Needles.
Wally,
Never
Hey.
mind. Forget it. Google it. I'll send you a link.
Hey, Gigi.
Hey.
Wally's trying to sell a swimming pool for $5 or highest bid.
Yeah, exactly. Here, does anybody else want my money, Pitt? No, that's
Listen.
yours, pal. You jumped
Listen.
in the deep end on that one. No pun intended. Oh, fucking
Listen.
pun you out of the park with that one. But yeah,
Listen.
you are. Those things are money pits. I had an in-ground pool. It was all fucking cement, fucking beautiful pool. That thing was a nightmare every day, and I had a cage around it too, because I got tired of fishing snakes out of it every day.
Oh, geez.
Literally, every day, and it got to the point where I built a device to pick up the lid that goes to the skimmer. You know,
Yeah.
because you never knew what animal was going to be in there today. No idea. It could be a river otter in there. I wouldn't.
Yeah.
Got an
Yeah.
name.
Well, yeah. Florida just doesn't need to exist.
It doesn't do well with, especially with exposed pools. But then again, I watched a video today that showed an out-of-ground pool that looked very similar to Walt's, and a black bear just comes waltzing up, and it's hot. It's a hot summer day, so he just climbs right in and swims around for a while, hops around a few of the inflatables, and then just gets out and leaves. So, so
animals aren't stupid.
It was funny how he said not going the inflatable. Like, he knew. Holy God. Here's my baseball bat.
Here's my deep fryer.
I love it how she'll say, "That's not her bird." And you go, whose bird is that? And she'll go, "My dad's."
Yeah. But right now it's doing an impression of a spoon in a blender.
Yes,
that's what it sounds like, Nos.
Oh my God, mute me.
I can't do it. Oh wait.
Oh my God.
You know, I think a spoon and a blender, there would be more dynamics than those. That's more like a coffee grinder.
Sarah, Nightmare says eat its face.
The fuck you said?
I unmuted her. I unmuted her for a second just to see.
Nightmare said eat its face.
That's awesome. I want to unmute her again just to hear chaos.
You're retarded. You're retarded.
I think they're eating Sarah's face.
Yeah. Hey, Doug, why are you arguing with Paul?
Because somebody's got it, don't they? Paul's an asshole.
Paul's a jerk. Yeah, I don't like him at all.
I don't know who Paul is, but typically Pauls, they're kind of jerky.
Paul is from the Out There channel.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of vaguely familiar with him, but yeah, he's a douche. I get douche chills. For shiz.
Matt says, I'll be somebody's pool boy. I'll even wear a bow tie and a Speedo.
There you go.
At the same time? Who's Paul? I don't know. Paul McCartney. He's kind of jerky.
Paul is this guy in New Zealand who thinks that every black dot in the sky is a purple-headed, red-crested warbler.
Oh. Nice. I'm looking at him now. Oh, yeah, I remember. Okay. I get. I for some reason I get him.
John, he does have a bad heart because he's been attacking me since the first week I've been on his channel as a supporter. So I have nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
The same reward.
People that have nothing to contribute try to tether to those who do. It's the only way that they can draw attention to themselves.
You guys have seen the UFO video we had, right?
Yeah.
Paul says he thinks your UFO is a kite with LED lights and a remote controlled IR light with a laser pointer.
Yeah, because those are common.
Which is true.
I had to run 2 kiters off my property earlier today. Looking kites. Kites are everywhere. Don't you see them? Don't you see all the assholes looking up with their strings and shit? Fuckers. Kite guys, man. Just type in kite guys in Google and just look at the images. That's all I need to say.
John, even though he has bad eyes, he still judges people based on his own personal opinions. He's an ass.
Kites.
Don't you?
When was the last time you saw anybody fly a kite? I want dates. Give me a day.
John says Paul loves kites and balloons.
Who flies a fucking kite? Nobody does it anymore. Ben Franklin?
Wait, I have kite sensors. Hey, backstage guys, just link to the back. Here's the link to the kite sensors. Quick, everyone's looking for me now. Quick, get them. Oh shit, guys, the link.
Watch out.
Damn.
Watch out.
Oh,
Mass surveillance. There's a line of kiting.
I used to be in that club.
We got a whole fleet of kiting. Attach the red lasers, motherfucker. Get them up Why? That fucking hurts. Why? Put your fingers in your mouth.
I know. Kids are so loud. Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You're an asshole.
Yeah.
You're gonna
I ain't never gonna sleep again, man. This is epic. Oh, you guys are the best. You're so good show. Damn it. Have a birthday every Saturday
ain't
now,
gonna
okay?
happen.
Did you survive that, Nos?
Yep, I'm still here.
I thought this man had to go around with oxygen.
Poor Nos. What the fuck are you listening to?
Randy says, "Man, she's still."
What shit did I step into?
What the fuck is oxygen? Like, what even is that? And why?
I don't know either. I never heard about
oxygen. Never once, okay? Oxygen never once. They depend on it forever. Just don't, okay? FYI. Shoot. Sorry.
I keep forgetting that bastard exists. John P. Oh, Richie Griffon. I keep forgetting the fucker is alive. I thought he died like a couple months ago. Like legit. In my head. I'm like, oh, Richie Grifton's still alive and doing his thing. That's fucking. That's fucking.
Oh, that's
It's
so
like, oh,
silly.
he still carries on. Shit. I didn't care enough to know. But cool. Richie Grifton still
Yeah,
breathes.
but
Nice.
John, when he attacks your channel for no reason, that changes your mind on him. I'm
Yeah,
telling you.
he's a turd. He's like the
Note
turd in
to
the
self.
punch bowl. He turned on me, turned on a lot of people that he never should have
I was
turned
over
on.
there. I was over there.
That's not my business. That's not my business. He's funner to make fun of than to be friends with. So he's a real turd.
All I'm saying is, I was over there and he suffered killed. So there you go.
But that's not my business anymore.
Hey,
'Cause,
Blue.
you know, there's 100 that are like him. He's not even the worst.
No.
Well,
Well, there's a very simple premise that I live by is that my time is extremely valuable.
Yeah,
Right.
I
So why
and
waste it on people like that?
yeah, and my emotional energy itself is important. And if I were to care about them at all, that itself would make them more significant.
yeah.
Right.
And
Yeah,
they're
it's
not worth
different.
they're not worth that.
No.
Oh, that's
No, and I
They don't
usually
they
get
don't
the
deserve
spider sense, the douche chills.
yeah, they don't
I
deserve mental inventory space in my brain.
Yeah, that's how I feel about them. That's why I'm like, oh shit, I was being serious. I was like, oh, that motherfucker's still doing his thing. Okay, I totally forgot. Like, I didn't invest any mental space for him. I don't sit around brooding about that turd. I mean, I don't care. It's out the window. I mean,
B5
it's
full
funny that he's
funk. I
still
can't get
doing
over
his
anything. I'm old and dumb. No, nobody said that. What the fuck?
Even
Oh,
Bigfoot
yes.
can find them. Yeah, feed them to the
Shut the
pigs.
fuck up, man. Oh, fuck.
Pigs eat everything, man. But the problem is they eat it slowly. They don't eat it, and sometimes they don't eat it all. That's bad.
Yeah, I don't believe all lights are UFOs. I mean, we see a lot of lights that are satellites.
Boobs.
Well, you know what? I checked into that because of Grifton kept saying that everything was a sodium or iridium flare satellite. And I looked into that, and we only have like a fleet of like 7 iridium flare satellites, and the chances of seeing one is very rare. Right. So, but there's other satellites, of course, but that kind, iridium flare kind, there's barely any of.
Right.
Because it's an antiquated way of doing satellites.
I've seen a satellite that has like a flashy metallic side to it, because when it turns as it's rotating in Earth's orbit, it reflects the sunlight and you can see it.
Yeah.
It's like a flash.
Yeah. 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 There's millions. There's thousands of those. I mean, there's just thousands of those. But that kind in particular, because I just kept hearing them say that particular kind. Oh, that's just an iridium flare satellite. Like what?
No, it's people that don't know anything like to use technobabble to make it sound like they have more intelligence than they do. That is, it's a basic common strategy for people that are just begging for likes, begging for subs.
That's why I checked into it and I threw that in the chat. I'm like, hey, there's only 7 iridium flares orbiting Earth. Douche.
Yeah.
Yeah. I check into stuff like that. I don't just take that stuff. What's that?
I was telling Doug, I don't think that Paul bought his 2,000 subs because he's been around for at least 7-8 years. So
yeah, that 2,000 is a kind of an arbitrary number too.
He earned them.
I think it's like suspect when you start at like $5,000 and go to like $10,000. It's like in that range.
Yeah, $5,000 to
10 increments.
10.8 grand.
Or increments.
Mm-hmm. Paul only has 2 people in his chat. Yeah, and they're probably bored shitless. No offense.
Yeah, yeah, no offense. I'm sure that.
When I first met Paul, he has a monotone voice. So when he talks, it's all in one tone. And I swear I fell asleep a couple times. I didn't mean to, but I did. And everybody that I know goes there that really spends time on his channel falls asleep.
I forgot about him. I forgot about him and that other dude, the Fessler kid. I just remembered him.
Fessler.
I just remembered that guy. That guy gave me douche chills like big time.
Yeah, I don't like him. You know, and I got to tell you something about him. When he was on my channel, and this is honest truth, he always wanted to know information about alien abduction because he said he'd never been abducted by aliens and he wanted to know more about it so he could be fluent in the language. Okay, now he's on his channel and he's telling everybody he's an alien abductee, that he's in telepathic communication with the praying mantis race out in space in giant hive ships that are coming toward Earth.
We're all fucked. Nos,
Yeah.
are you a mantis person?
No,
No,
I am of the
Alpha
creators.
Draconis.
Yep.
Part of the Alpha Draconis race.
Yep.
And one thing I'm going to say to you, Nos, when you said the other night your race only approves certain races to make contact on Earth or come into our airspace, I would expect you to know that the praying mantis are either here or they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Yeah. And they're part of the stewards for the planet.
I thought so. Some are good. Some, from what he's saying,
people have had sightings of them.
There are some that aren't.
Yeah, the people that have had sightings of them here said they've all been kind of menacing. Like they could tell that they need to get out of there.
Right. Well, here's the thing that we need to understand is that humans are mammals, right?
Right.
And as mammals, especially not enlightened, not sentient species, that humans are, they are very much prone to emotional reaction based on primitive instinct that all mammals have.
I saw
rather than logical thinking.
I saw a praying mantis take down a fucking a bird.
Right. Okay. So like
they scare me.
Yeah. So when you think about like the reaction a person has when they see a scorpion is a predator insect, right?
Right.
And a mantis is a predator insect. And you think about how people react to them when they're only 2 inches tall. Okay. Now, multiply that times 50.
Yeah. Okay.
Or more.
And then gauge the.
I want to shoot it with my shotgun.
Right. I mean, just look at the way a person reacts when they accidentally walk into a spider's web and get that on their face.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Dude, I'm telling you.
I actually believe I've seen a spider alien. So when I was about 6 years old. So I'm just telling you. Mm-hmm. And they do exist, don't they?
Yeah, well, that's the thing is that this planet is a conjunction zone for political purposes. The way that we design the biology of the planet, every family, genus, family, species, every family of animal life on the planet represents one of the sentient species in the galaxy.
Now, how does that work with also things that are maybe not earthborn, but that are earth, like that come from, like, say, demons and like spirits or elementals.
Okay, so here's one of the things. Yeah, quite honestly, the term demon should never come out of a human's mouth.
Well, what's that?
Because I'm not talking in relation to you, but when we're talking about the concept of demons, it's a term that people should never use because they don't understand.
Right.
right?
And I'm not going to pretend I do, but I
Yeah.
know I wouldn't start saying any names of any
Yeah.
certain ones or
So
anything.
right. So let's boil the concept of demons down to what's actually stated in the lore, right? What we're talking about is a fifth dimensional being, so a being that does not require a biological body,
Right.
that is absolutely immortal, infinite age as far as age goes, which means that any one of them knows more than the totality of knowledge of every person on Earth combined. Do you think that there is a human that's capable of judging the actions that any one of these entities takes?
No.
No. They don't have the consciousness to understand at all. And
Well,
that
how do
lack
they
of
possess then?
the lack of comprehension causes
Or
misjudgment.
attach themselves, I guess? How do
Um,
people get possessed or attached by them? You know what I mean?
most of the people that have possession experiences aren't actually possessed.
Okay.
What they're having, it's the same thing that happens with mass hysteria, right? It's because they come from a family that is heavily indoctrinated with extreme conservatism, where the concepts that are put forward to them while they're growing up through religion defines the limits of their concepts of reality, right?
Right.
And
Because it just hit me because they would also, those same families would throw, you into the same place if you were gay, if you
yeah,
were, if you were just simply homosexual,
yeah,
male or female.
yeah,
You would go into that same, you could be possessed, right?
right, and like I covered a lot in my book about exorcisms and stuff like that. When in these extreme conservative cultures, they will blame everything that a person does that doesn't fit their own personal definition of religion and the reality of the universe. Everything a person does that doesn't fit that gets attributed to demonic influence.
Which would usually be like a devout
Right,
Catholics, right? I mean,
right.
typically, right?
Yeah, so if you start off with somebody that is very young, that every time that they misbehave, their parents are telling them a demon is making you take these actions, a demon is making you take these actions,
So
and that
mind over
child
matter.
grows up believing that demons can control them.
So yeah, because it's mind
And
over
when
matter at that
Right,
point,
and
right?
yeah, and when they
If you believe
experience
it.
periods of emotional trauma and vulnerability, and they are lacking, because in that sort of a circumstance, they grow up lacking a true emotional connection with their family. Because when all of your actions that are the result of trauma or confusion and emotional turbulence while you're growing up are attributed to demons, that means the entire time you're growing up, you never experience empathy from your
Or
own family, right?
we're just held down by demons. That's their belief. Or I mean, like
That's their
that's
belief.
either that's
But
the
we're
over
talking,
under,
yeah, but from
right?
the psychological perspective, it's that these people grow up never experiencing sympathy or empathy, right? For every measure of suffering in their life. And when they don't experience sympathy or empathy, they don't know how to connect to another human being. So when they have severe psychological trauma that occurs, they turn inward and they don't know what to do with that. And they believe that all the thoughts and influences, all the things that are going through their head, which have never been regulated their whole life, which they've never been taught to deal with because they've been attributed to someone other than themselves, they've never developed the emotional resilience to be able to confront their own internal psychological trauma. So what they experience instead is this concept that all these thoughts that are in my head that are causing discomfort must come from a demon. I must be possessed by a demon, and that demon has control over me, so I'm just going to let it take control. And the incidents of demonic possession that are usually, quote, witnessed or experienced are more like Tourette's syndrome, right? It's the person has given up that sense of control to this autonomic response that breaks outside of logic, reason, and emotional control.
Okay.
You know,
What about like the
and-
books that are like, written about them in depth and give them names, and that actual demonologists say they fight on a,
right.
is that
Yeah, like
the same?
the Ars Lemegeton and the Lesser Key of Solomon and things like that. Yeah, so the thing is that these entities that
Or
the
maybe
church
even in the Dead
turned
Sea
around,
Scrolls?
yeah, the things that the church ended up labeling as demons, there's no hostility to them, right? They're
Gotcha.
fifth dimensional beings. Like I said, the situation that we're looking at is that they are so far beyond humans that the concept would be like you harassing a dandelion. Right. What joy
Yeah.
could you possibly get out of harassing a dandelion? Right. Sitting there yelling at it, making fun of it, right? Telling it it's not good enough for its friends. Okay. What level of satisfaction is that going to give you? How's that going to improve your quality of life? Because that's what we're talking about here.
Yeah.
Right. They don't need to do that. But like when you understand demonology and you take away the religious overtones that have been wrapped around all of it, then you understand that these things actually have guides to communications with fifth dimensional beings that are willing to teach if somebody is capable of reaching out to them without all the indoctrination filtering their thought processes. And that's what the Lesser Key of Solomon is about. None of the entities that are discussed in the Ars Goetia are malevolent at all.
Right. Okay.
They are teachers, individuals. They are masters. They will teach you the sciences. They will teach you astronomy and astrology and about plant life. They will teach you about magic and how to wield the forces of nature. And all of these things. There is nothing dark about that. But when you look back at the history of the church always exists for the point of suppressing knowledge.
That's why, yeah, which is because I've just been watching things and lately about the Hellfire Club, that how they would have everything was mock,
Mm-hmm.
the religion, and they believed heavily in that kind of like that there was a door home.
Yeah.
The little puppy next door wasn't getting any attention, so I had to go say hi to it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Been watching all the things about that, and it just I've been watching and just about how people think they see ghosts or demons, or they can be possessed, or
Right.
they even say that they are, what's the word I'm trying to look for, that they can act like children, that they can,
Right.
because and they'll, I don't know, the demonologist at the place, I don't know, it's usually like one of those ghost kind of hunt deals, you know what I mean, where people go to stay at a ghost place or something.
Yeah, well, and this is part of where we come into some really interesting stuff. And as you can tell, I'm really defensive about the demonology subject itself.
Yeah, I just don't know enough.
Because
I'm
actually friends with a lot of these entities, right?
See, and that's why I'm asking you, because I'm not. I don't know the answer, and you know way more than I do. So that's
right.
You're an authority to me. So I'm just asking you.
So when you're looking at all these shows and channels and stuff of people that claim to be ghost hunters and claim to be paranormal professionals, right?
or even just kind of going in like just as adventurers, even,
right?
Because that's what I'm kind of watching, are the ones that just do it as an adventure kind of thing.
Yeah, and what they are is like all of these channels themselves. What they really are is they're paranormal groupies. right? Their
That's
whole
it.
thing is that they
Yeah.
want to get close to the experience so that they can claim to have been part of it. It's just like
Yeah.
groupies for a rock band, right?
Mhm.
They want to,
Yeah.
like deadheads, follow the band around so that you can try to participate in something that is more important than you. That's tethering, right? So it's like I've watched lots of these, and one of the things is their concepts and conclusions that they come to, where they claim that they experience something, and they witness something, they hear something, they see something, whatever the case may be, is
Or
then
they'll have
follow.
like a medium with them. Like they'll have like
Right,
a girl who's a medium or a guy who's sensitive, and
right,
they'll kind of be, filling in the blanks
yeah,
as they go along, right?
yeah,
Like, you know,
and and then the thing that you're looking at is that we're in the information age, right? Um, and one of the advantages that we have now for dealing with the full body collection of all of these that are out there, is that if you take all the video footage of 1,000 mediums from YouTube, and there's a lot more than that, right? But let's say you take all the video footage from 1,000 mediums from YouTube, 1,000 mediums from TikTok, and you start actually processing that data, what you'll find is that each individual has habitual results that they generate that fit their own personal pattern, but all of them collectively don't match each other, which means that by the preponderance of the evidence of all of them individually, everything that any one of them says is declaring that every other medium that exists is a liar, right? But that also means that every other medium on the planet is saying that person is a liar because they're getting their information wrong.
or they all have a failsafe of, well, I could be getting another, my signals are wrong,
Yeah,
right.
which
There's
that
always
itself, that goes into
like,
basic cold reading techniques and stuff like that for pretending to be psychic. There's training programs out there for that,
well,
right?
that's what I was going to ask you, is about, like,
Yeah.
because I've been watching a lot about Ed and Lorraine Warren,
Hmm.
and how that's why I was asking mainly about demons and demonology and
Hmm.
stuff like that, with
Yeah.
Amityville and all those places that they visited. They didn't just visit Amityville, they went
Yeah.
to places out in the Northwest and
Right.
in the Midwest. I mean, they went everywhere. And sometimes
Yep.
most times people would say that when they would come, it would be worse after when they would
Hmm.
leave. And Ed Warren
Right.
had been punched out a few times because he left the place worse. And they made movies, The Conjuring
Right.
and stuff like
Yeah.
that. So is that all based on the same,
Uh, so
are they,
we got a lot more layers that we can go to on this. So, like, one of the things that I talk about in my book, is, dang it, my vocabulary is blanking. But there's,
It's the air in the United States. I swear, it makes you forget.
phantasms.
oh,
Okay.
okay. Okay. I was
So,
thinking of, for some reason, I was going to the other one, the one that
yep,
Poltergeist is what I was thinking.
right. Okay. So here's the deal. Most ghost / demon experiences that humans have, are phantasms. So what we're looking at is that in the old days, when the celestials were interacting with all the tribes of humanity, every tribe of humanity was given a set of people who were practitioners of a shamanic tradition, right? They were taught to interact with the forces of nature. They were taught to interact with spiritual energy, and they were the caretakers of the energy of their region, right? This was necessary for every tribe of humanity all over the world. And when you have places where there is significant accumulations of emotional energy that occur, let's say like a graveyard, right? That's one of the primary places. When people go to bury somebody at a graveyard and they are holding the funeral there graveside, then what you see at that time is that all of these people that are there are experiencing the highest level of emotional energy that they do in their life with zero control. So they are radiating emotional energy. Okay. And then they leave that place and they go back home. But whenever they think about their loved one that has passed away, they are directing their emotional energy at
Okay.
the biological form that the person used to have, their dead meat suit.
Like a channel, like
Yeah.
like an
Yeah.
open wide channel,
when-
because
yeah,
they
so
were
whenever-
there, and that
yeah.
was a channel you always communicated and you know, like emotionally, physically,
Yeah.
mentally, you know,
Yeah,
that's
the
the way you
emotion,
would.
yeah, the emotional connection that you had with somebody before, after they've passed on, everybody still thinks about the person and their concept, because they
It
still
kind of
don't
takes
think
them
of
back.
people
And
as spiritual beings. They think of people as organic beings. Every aspect of self-identity that's used is, you know, that the body is me,
that you see,
right?
and that's why,
all
like,
all of all of that self-identification. I am white, I am American, I am Washingtonian, right? All of the attributes of self-identification, they link to the organic form. And through the transitive property, when they think about somebody else, they're thinking about the body as being the person. So when
which
that
just
person,
when you add space and
yeah,
aliens and other races to bridge that kind of a gap there, what that's just a small part of what we just believe, and that's just part of our thought and spiritual processes
right,
is those, you know, things like, say, demons and you know, even seeing loved ones or whatever,
right,
phantasms.
right.
All of that is still a human experience.
It's still a human experience. So you think about
So
places like, you know, all the people thinking about their departed loved one, and they think
yeah,
about
like say at
the
the site of
graveyard. You
9/11.
know, they're directing all their emotional energy to where the biological corpse was placed, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
that
Right.
means that the graveyard, if you think of the graveyard as a battery, okay, then it's a dead letter office. The spirit of the person is not there. But all this emotional energy that everyone that cared about them sends when they're thinking about them and having their remembrances and stuff gets sent to that graveyard, because the spirit isn't there and the person has linked their thoughts to the person's body. Then it's a
Uh-huh.
dead letter office. Okay.
Gotcha.
All of that emotional energy goes to the graveyard and it accumulates.
So
And
then,
part of the duties of the shamans in the times past was the grounding of energy buildups at all significant locations. We would go in, we would collect up the energy, and then ground it to disperse it so that it didn't become dangerous. And
now
because,
where do you said it's a dead letter office? So where
yeah,
do, from that point, where what is the soul's process?
uh, that's something most people won't want to hear.
I would. I'd love to hear it. And if they don't want to, they have the option
Right.
to leave or to mute their sound. But
Right.
um,
Okay.
I think
So
it ties things together.
so you want to tie together, then everyone ready for me to make it ugly?
Yeah,
Okay.
I
I'm
asked
ready.
you. Yeah, I
All
I
right.
asked you. So
Yeah.
you're just answering a question. That's all you're
Okay.
doing.
So here's the thing.
Sidvich.
Most people do not have a soul.
Nice.
They don't. Humans are born with the potential to develop a soul. The development of a soul occurs through developing interconnectedness with the life around you. And I don't mean like having relationships just as relationships themselves, but
Like experience.
actual interconnectedness and developing a comprehension of the truth. And
Right.
you know, we've
Like
talked a lot about social engineering in the past, yeah.
yes.
And with all the social engineering that's in place, the population at large has no concept of reality.
No.
Okay. And
No.
when they have
People
no
think
concept,
we live in a matrix.
right.
People think we live on
So,
a flat earth.
yeah. So if they have
Yeah.
no concept of reality, then let's take this from the bigger perspective of religion, right? So we'll just start there. If we take it from the bigger prospect of organized religion ends up telling people, here's the specific rules of reality in which you live, and these are the terms of judgment and decision making that you have to use for everything that you make. But they always associate some sort of creator being behind this.
Right. Like the
Right.
Holy Spirit is in you. Right.
Right.
They'll
So
tell you
let's
that the Holy Spirit.
let's look from the concept of a creator God designing a universe and the rules under which the universe exists. So you're a creator God, you've designed the rules for a universe. Is there any circumstance under which you, as a creator God, would perceive any value whatsoever in perpetuating the existence of a biological entity as an eternal, immortal spirit form that can't tell the difference between lie and truth?
I think they'd be bored to be
Yeah.
omnipotent. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Do,
I mean,
do you have any reason to perpetuate an existence of a being or a species for eternity as a species that could then interact with other races when it's incapable of telling the truth, when it has a false vision of the entire universe?
yeah, it would just be a negative reflection onto that being, wouldn't
Right.
it? And
Yeah.
so they'd probably get bored and leave it just to
Yeah.
let it, whatever, maybe.
Yeah. So there's no value whatsoever to those that run the universe in perpetuating the existence of someone that does not achieve enlightenment. There
Got
is
you.
there is no reason.
So
And if we want to break it down into a wider form, then I'll give you just some basic math to work with. Okay. So
well,
here,
yeah, good. I'm sorry.
okay. So as far as formally organized versions, when we're talking about organized religion, there are over 2,000 different denominations just of Christianity. That's not even talking about the rest of them, right? That's just Christianity. Over 2,000 organized denominations.
Cha-ching.
Each one has a different belief structure that they say are the defining elements of reality. And anyone that doesn't believe the specific things that they believe are all doomed to suffer for eternity, and they're going to be the only people that actually survive for eternity, right? So then we take it actually further,
Right.
because the
Well,
whole
yeah, because
the whole
as a
concept
kid,
the whole concept of
well, like as a
of
kid, I went to like Methodist church, and then I'd
Yeah.
go to like a Lutheran church because I'd go with like friends,
yeah
and then I'd go to
Yeah.
like Southern Baptist or
Right.
but they were all. I knew as a kid that they were all kind of the same. They just had a little bit different,
right they
skewed
all
view just a
decide
little way.
they all decide they have the one
I
hidden
call it
truth.
policies. Sorry to interrupt. I
Yeah.
call it policies, like churches
Yeah.
have different policies. But anyway,
Right.
continue. Sorry.
Yeah. So here's the thing is that
Really
like modern Christians, they just separate Catholic and Protestant as their distinguishing line, but Protestant is the stepchild of Catholicism. It came from Catholicism. It's just an offshoot of Catholicism, as is Islam, which most
Right.
people don't know.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the deal I got because my parents didn't subscribe to anyone, so I could just if I stayed the night with a friend on a Saturday night, was Sunday I'd go to church with them most times.
Right.
And
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it
Right.
didn't matter
So-
what the church was; they were all the same.
Right. So then we break it down into another step. So within Protestantism, over 2,000 denominations. Now you think that's bad enough that 99.95% of the Protestant population believes that all the rest of them are wrong. right? That all the rest of the Protestants are wrong and going to hell. But it actually gets worse because coming down from the way that the Catholic Church formatted itself and organized it and the way Protestantism spread out from there is the concept of ordination. And the concept of ordination is that every single person who becomes a priest or a pastor is divinely selected by God to be able to uniquely understand the written word and messages that come to them in spirit and influence and impression and divine messages that they alone receive in order to give the truth to their population, which actually means that you have over 1 million different denominations because every pastor believing he's uniquely gifted to receive the truth in divine inspiration every time that he opens that book means that he's telling his congregation something different than every other congregation on the planet. Hi, Susan.
Hi,
He's
guys.
teaching them
Yeah.
his
Sorry, I didn't
belief.
want to interrupt.
Yeah, teaching him
Jimbo,
his beliefs. Yep.
Jimbo.
So once you look at that, you realize that the math itself doesn't lie.
Yes.
Every single one of those churches is creating its own different
Tim.
denomination and declaring that it has
Yeah,
commands of
Walt.
truth.
Nazi.
Hey, well,
The Brady Bunch.
Hey, Sid,
The Wally
happy
Bunch.
birthday early.
Happy birthday, Sidvich. I want to say in person.
Happy
not just
birthday,
by
Sid.
happy birthday, Sid. Yeah.
His birthday was last Tuesday.
Sorry,
I know,
Yeah.
but
the
it's still
kids had
wishes
to
of.
ask me questions. Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
You're welcome, John.
Yeah.
No, I'm just messing around.
Yeah. So the whole concept there, Gigi, is that you have a species where none of them are trying to actually find out the truth. You have people that are leading congregations that are saying, I'm going to dictate the truth to you, that honestly believe that they have this divine gift to speak to the being that's the creator. And for some reason, this creator being who's responsible for 1 trillion different planets in this universe that has life somehow cares who you put your dick in.
Sorry. I wasn't expecting that.
Susan.
I'm just communicating clearly here, right?
No, that's
my
fine.
intention. Yeah.
Sorry, it's been a while.
Yeah, 1 million species
sorry
on
to
this
hear that,
planet, 1
Susan.
trillion planets alive.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
And
amusing.
the divine creator of all things somehow really cares about your sexual preferences, or cares
Yes.
about whether you have your head covered when you go outside, or cares about
the
whether
most-
you recite verses a particular way based on a language that isn't even recognizable from 100 years ago.
Or cares if you wear a veil.
Yeah.
Or be sexually, have your genitalia
Mutilated.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's just
Yeah.
That's something
Okay.
I just can't
And-
handle.
I'm really sorry that happened to you, John.
And once you put all those things together, you realize that, there's actually 1 million different denominations of Protestantism and the whole rest of the deal there, that there is no universal acceptance of what reality is.
Right. No, none of
Right.
them.
Yeah,
They're all man-made ideologies.
Mhm.
It's unique to us
And-
individuals.
Right.
What's going
And-
on? It's,
yeah,
my
now-
experience is different to everyone else's experience this lifetime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then let's take it into what physics understands. Okay.
Yeah.
So the double slit experiment established that the process of observing the behavior of light causes it to vary between being a particle and being a wave. It actually changes the behavior of the universe. Okay. So when you have a species that's overrun and populated the entire planet, and none of them can agree on reality, then what we have is this conflict between the way all of them interact with the forces of nature and the universe itself,
Yeah.
Wow,
right?
Sorry,
that
guys. I'm just
definitely
putting this in
changes
a
things.
stand.
All right.
Oh, that's easier for me.
Yeah. So this
So the
conflict in the
soul.
way that they interact with reality means that they don't know what's going on. But there are a lot of common elements that are brought about by religion, such as the expectation of demons and ghosts and poltergeists and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
because they have these expectations, and human observation and expectation can influence reality, now let's talk about those batteries like cemeteries, right?
No, Dolly.
You
Dolly,
have this massive accumulation of energy
Mhm.
that does not have a form because the original targets were not there. It's stagnant energy looking for a purpose, looking to be given form, looking to be given function. And then you have these religious people that live around the cemetery. You got the kids walking past the cemetery that tell their ghost stories. And you got all the people in the area growing up around that. Well, they're giving the energy form.
Yeah.
Right. That makes
They,
sense.
Yeah, because they
that,
see it.
and that's what a phantasm is. It's stagnant energy that's given purpose, and it's like making an energy automaton. It's a false creation of something that appears to be a sentient entity, but it's not. It's just pre-programmed to follow expected behavior.
How do you get actual EVPs then?
I've never experienced anything like that. I've been a lot.
Most of the EVP stuff that's done on YouTube and TikTok and stuff like that is just false
fake.
expectation. But the EVPs that are actual happening are the result of the phantasm experience. Their spirits do not have any ferrous material from which they are made. Right? There's no ferrous material from which they are made. They're not composed of unrestrained electrons, right? And without physical matter, how are they influencing the behavior of electrons in a circuit?
And wouldn't we see that as like a big ass, you know?
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there are
like.
Right. And there are ways to actually build mechanical devices that will let you see spirits and let you see phantasms and let you see fifth dimensional beings.
Yeah.
And beings
like
that are
kinetic.
bleeding over from the parallel worlds. I can build those devices. They're not that complicated.
Yeah, like that one that I see that's always interesting is they'll bust out the spirit box. And it's a box that has pre-programmed, words in it.
Right. Yeah.
And they'll turn it on and it'll say things that they can kind of put to what's happening.
And I love those. I love those spirit box sessions. So let me rant on that for a minute since we're there. Okay. So let's talk about those spirit boxes. So they have these things that they've taken snippets of different audio sources from radio and TV and everything like that are pre-programmed into these things. And the allegation is that the spirit itself,
they block their eyes and their ears with noise canceling headphones, and it's called the Estes method, right?
Yeah, that this spirit uses this electronic device to communicate. Okay, let's look at the intellectual capacity of the spirits themselves that they interact with. Most of these spirits don't know they're dead.
Right, that's true.
Right. Most of these spirits don't know their own name. These spirits have no universal knowledge to imbue the person with, to pass on, meaning they have not connected to the source from which they came. They have no connection to source itself, to universal knowledge. So they essentially are just a disembodied human that doesn't even have as much knowledge as it had before they died. Now let's take that to the next logical conclusion. This spirit that has lost most of the knowledge that it had in human form somehow knows how to interact with the integrated circuits built into this modern electronic device to select out individual audio files that are saved by the thousands on this device to pull out the specific words that are going to mean something to a person.
Yeah, it sounds like a
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
movie.
Yeah.
when you break it down.
Yeah.
So,
And the way that they interact with them when they have these spirit boxes is that they decide which words mean something. And when they're editing their videos, they always, take this 2-hour long session and pare it down to a 15-minute video where they're cutting out everything that didn't have meaning in order to use a few words that they can put together to establish the meaning behind the specific ghost hunt that they're on.
entertainment value, sure.
Right.
I have a question then. What
yeah.
about electronic ghost applications, ghost box applications?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
you cover the
Yeah.
camera and the mic, and then you ask who's in my doorway, and without seeing or hearing anybody, they can tell you the name of the person in the doorway.
Most of that is just playing by numbers. It's just like cold reading with psychics, right? It's that you repeat the circumstances enough times, you're going to end up stumbling onto coincidental circumstances that are going to repeat those things.
Oh, okay.
But
Because I had that happen with an application called Necrophonic.
Necrophonic is fun. It's really fun to play with.
Yeah, and I actually asked who walked into my doorway after I had covered the camera and covered the mic up, and it pinpointed it right away. And then I said, who just walked up alongside that person? And they got that name right right away.
Yeah.
And then I asked the question, are you in my room? They said, no. I said, are you next door? They said, yes, in the cemetery, because there was a cemetery next door, which I'm sure they could get from GPS.
Right.
But what I'm going to say is that I asked the question, what do you miss? And I heard the distinct accent of a guy from New Jersey who said, beer. And then I heard another guy, a black, say, sex. And right behind him was a giggle.
Right.
See, and some would say that's demonic.
Right. Some would, but here's one of the other things. Remember what I was talking about with phantasms, right? Now, most of these apps are made to have, they've got voice recognition. There's AI built into them to understand how to respond to certain questions. Are they supposed to pull a name? Are they supposed to pull a verb, a noun, an adjective from these things based on the format of the question that's being asked?
Right.
Right.
Which are always open-ended. The questions are always open-ended, right?
Right. And based on their interactions with you, they're saving informations on conversations that you've had, just like, Alexa or Google Voice.
Well, yeah, because cell phones can do that
Yeah.
without you even, if your phone's on and you're not even on the app, it can do that.
Right. So you integrate those technologies. Alexa, stop. I said her name. She had to start ranting. But, you put those things together, that technology is actually really easy to build now. But you also have this annoying crossover element that people don't know how to predict for, which is that, like I've talked about the phantasm problem, when you have unchecked energy buildup that happens in locations and emotional energy from disturbed people and things like that. When you have a lot of people coming to a home or a hotel or a building or whatever it is that's supposed to be haunted, what are they expecting to encounter there? Right? They're putting out their emotional energy to give it a form with an expectation. And then phantasms themselves are capable of manipulating electronics, even though they're not true spirits.
Right.
Because they are energy that, they're automated, they're things that originated with biological forms because that energy came from a human, and humans radiate energy, which we can read with MRIs and EEGs and everything else.
Which, speaking of which, let me ask you about the soul and energy thing one more time.
Yeah.
Now, is that something you can spot, that you've trained yourself to spot those who may have a soul and maybe those who don't? Is it something that you can notice and spot it
It's
out?
those who have the remnants of it. Yeah.
So it's a rare thing? So most do not
it
possess
is. It's rare. Most do not. And that's the church's objective. So let me go into that with this. Who here has any experience with magical studies?
I don't. I mean,
Right.
not me.
Anyone that's studied, paganism, Druidism, Wicca, anything along those lines?
No.
No.
I mean, I'm
Okay.
familiar with,
Nothing dark.
but nothing. No.
Right. Okay. So let's work it from the beginning then, since we need to establish a foundational knowledge. Okay. So the value that's in ritual isn't in what words are spoken. It's not in what actions are spoken. The value of ritual is that when you have someone conduct a ritual that's a repetition of a ritual someone else did before, whatever the words are, whatever the actions are taken, when you have someone at a later time repeat the same ritual, then there's a connection cross time to all other people and events where that same ritual was performed before. You create a web.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah.
So when you have a circumstance where individuals within a ritual have said that they are giving their energy to the purpose of that ritual, that they are opening themselves up and giving them freely to the purpose of that
Sacrificing
ritual,
animals.
sacrificing the energy of their soul,
Yeah,
their
people.
spirit energy to that purpose, then they have decided that their spirit energy, their soul energy is being allowed to be controlled by whoever is running the ritual. Okay. So let me break that down once we take it a step further. With the organized Roman Catholic Church, what they do is that for each week, there is a predetermination that comes down from Rome on what sermon they are supposed to be performing that Sunday. What is the lesson?
So it's not
What
a
is the
random
message?
thing, huh?
Not a random thing, right?
Or
they
by
distribute
the
this. Yeah, so they
pastor or whomever.
right. So they distribute this this instruction on what's supposed to be going on, and within the churches, they carry out their rituals. They have their ritual with the bread and wine, the Eucharist, and they have the ritual for their genuflecting, and they have the freaking symbols that they wear that annoy the hell out of me. And they begin their service the same way. They go through a series of a number of songs. They have the message that's given out by the pastor. And when they're doing the start of the services through the singing and things like that, what they're doing is they're partaking in the magic of the Galder. Okay. The Galder is the old Volva magical tradition, that it is the performance of magic and the raising of energy by the unified and synchronized experience of generating frequencies and rhythm. Okay. And everyone knows the universe is frequency, right? The universe is rhythm. So they carry them through these processes of songs and rituals, and they're doing this in order to generate energy. And then they participate in their prayers and their sermons, where the people are willingly giving their energy to the priest that's running the service. They generate a cone of power. The cone of power is given to the priest. The priest filters that up to their bishops and their cardinals, all the way up to the Pope. It is an energy web that wraps around the entire world every Sunday, where every single person attending these services is willingly giving their soul energy to be siphoned away, to be run up the channel, and to be taken by the church, to be taken by Rome.
That's why they classed as a cult, the Catholic Church. They're a cult.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry.
And they are. And the magical traditions that they've structured it on That's the thing, is that this is a draconic soul web.
Yeah, it is draconian for sure. But
Yeah.
so if they give their soul energy, is it
Yes.
something that maybe you have, like, and it's
When
just
they're young.
there's no chance to get it because it's constantly being
It's constantly being siphoned away, but it's being used to power things. Now, understand that, this is the Catholic Church understands that the dragons are the creators, right? And you can go through history. None of this is a surprise. This is all documented history stuff. Nobody's just bothering to create a guide that links all the pieces together. But when you go through the history of the church, and the forces that are behind it and the rest of it, is that whenever the church would invade a territory, Rome always knew it did not have enough manpower to physically conquer the world. If you don't have the population necessary to control the world by military force, you have to control them through ideology. And you can't control people through ideology if they still have knowledge at their fingertips that was left over from the previous celestial human relationships.
Yeah, exactly, because you have to have, you have to have
right. So whenever Rome would invade a country, their first priority was to gather up all the historical records, gather up all the magical books, gather up all the magical artifacts, kill the historians, kill the magical practitioners. And this is
Vatican.
Yeah, they send copies to the Vaticans and destroy everything else that's left to destroy the celestial human histories for all the rest of the tribes in the world, so that they don't know how to call on that power to counter what's being done to them.
Yeah, that's why they're still finding remnants of temples that worshipped Poseidon or the the one who controls the underworld,
Neptune.
Right.
But yeah, like there were temples that would pray to these other beings, but they were destroyed. And they're now being unearthed just because of time and erosion. Yeah. And they're starting to appear again. And people are going, whoa, wait a minute. People actually prayed to Poseidon?
Yeah.
Well, and
Athena and Zeus.
Right. And that's where they throw more of the confusion in there, because for all the other cultures, it was not religion. When you talk about the temples, to Zeus and Poseidon and all the rest of these, the thing is
that
that
form,
these
though, of what you're saying, it's that same form of ritualistic,
right,
but just anciently,
right. Well, here's the deal on that, is that performing magic in this realm requires energy to use for that performance, right?
Right.
So understanding the way that the soul web worked is that in the celestial human relations, the primary duty of the Celestials was to secure the survival of all the tribes of humanity spread out across the earth. The tribes of humanity were spread out across the earth so that a natural disaster hitting any individual region would not threaten the global population itself.
Was there a certain number of those at the beginning, at the start? Was there a certain number of these tribes? The tribes of the world? I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, but establishing that is something I'll have to show them, where the nexus nodes are for the energy grid.
That was my next question is how does that interact with, the obelisks and the pyramids and other types of huge things,
right? That's part of the stuff I'm going to show them the technology on, if humanity ever gets around to actually wanting to see it, because I can provide them the physical proof of celestials on Earth.
I think so, because 100%. Just talking about the little bit we've talked about is it's interesting, and it's crazy at the same time. So it's it's one of those things that is definitely you don't want to tell somebody they're wrong, but you're just kind of laying out my questions I'm asking. So I appreciate
That's the idea. And so, when you look at what the church has done, the church exists to siphon away the soul energy of humanity in order to put it to their own purposes. Well, they don't understand the true nature of magic. They don't understand the way it's supposed to work. So they're really half-assing what they do with the energy they accumulate. And part of what they've done is they've created the glamour field. Okay. So all around the world, there is a glamour field that's in place that was created by the Catholic Church. And the function of the glamour field is to get people to dismiss what they have witnessed with their own experiences of magical and supernatural events. Okay, GLAMER, not OUR.
Yeah, I know.
It's illusion. But the function of the glamour field is to make it so that whenever someone has a supernatural experience, whenever they witness a spirit being or a supernatural entity, things moving on their own, that kind of thing, that their mind immediately jumps to, what logical explanation can I use to dismiss this thought from my mind?
Beyond physical thought.
And here's the other thing about that.
I don't want you to happen to hear I'm making some pizzas right now, so I'm listening. I'm listening.
And here's the next element of it is considering, that the human question of, are we alone in the universe? Is there something greater than humanity? Blah blah blah. The rest of that's the most important question a human can ever have, right? So when you think about all the things a person experiences in their life and all the things that they remember, even the most minor things that stand out to them in their memory, the witnessing of supernatural experiences, those particular memories fade faster than any others. To where most people have had supernatural experiences, but they don't remember them until they're having a conversation with someone else about a topic, and it's recalled to mind from that. It's out of their forward consciousness, right? And that itself, just that element alone, is proof that the glamour field exists. Because when it's the most important experience a person could have had in their life, confirmation of the existence of something greater, the most important experience of their life, and that memory has been pushed away, that's the confirmation that the glamour field exists. Right? And when you start getting people together and actually gathering up the information on the experiences they've had when they're actually prompted to remember it, when they're given direct questions that provoke those memories to come forward, then you're able to establish a data set that will confirm that for them. And the glamour field can be taken down. It's really easy. But it's one of those things where people have to be ready for what comes after. Because the moment that human consciousness is no longer denying all the supernatural that's occurring around them all the time, their psyches cannot handle it if they don't have another explanation to replace it with.
What happen if people can be like so open to be like, huh, what are you? And not be freaked out by it and sit there and listen. It's knowing that it's just someone else's thought that you're crossing.
Right.
And they're explaining it, so now you think it's real.
Right.
Like, it's like to cut away from that stuff. That's why I take everything so small, because there's no proof of anything. Everything sounds really interesting and good.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm open to everything, but like anybody, you got to see it. Like they want to still, they come back to the religion shit, right? I'm sorry, the religion beliefs. Oh, believe it. You don't ever have to see it. No, I'm sorry. Let me see it and then I'll believe it.
And faith is never part of what we taught.
That's called agnostic.
Yeah. Which is what
agnostic means, Jimbo.
Yep.
Trying to tie that
agnostic
into.
means you have to see it to believe it. So I was just letting you know what agnostic means. So you would be classed as agnostic, which is cool.
Yeah.
Like I don't believe anything because it just seems like it's always a repeat. Like it's always
but like
the same
you said,
bullcrap
if you
day in, day
if you
out.
saw
like,
it, you'd believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Well,
that's
and
what agnostic means. So a lot
right.
of people are like, that's a great way to think. For some people, you're like, hey,
Yeah.
you know, I've got to experience it to believe it.
Pay attention.
And
So
Yeah.
fair
I
enough.
pay attention. You're
Oops,
right.
sorry,
Yeah.
I've got to mute every now and then because of the bird. I'm sorry.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know, my people, we love agnostic. We love atheist. Right.
Yeah.
Because it's saying I'm not going to commit to something I don't know to be truth.
Exactly.
That's what it means.
Yep.
And that's the most important thing that a person can do.
Amen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, with you know, you look at like all
Amen.
the atheist
Amen.
scientists and physicists and astrophysicists and stuff like that. The thing is that if I show them what I can show them, then they will be presented with evidence, and they'll go, okay, we have something we can understand now. We have something we can scientifically test. We have something we can establish. That's information to work with. It's time to update our science.
Yep.
Right?
Because they're always reading from a book that's hundreds and hundreds of years ago, and they just add a new chapter to it. It's like you guys
Yeah.
are living in the past because you guys aren't moving forward.
Yeah.
You're putting these old books in these schools, and they're nothing new. They're old.
Yeah.
It's like, come on. Like,
Right.
you're playing about the education of the country. Well, then let's keep some
Yeah.
stuff from the books, but let's update the crap out of it.
Right.
Like to what
Dolly
we're
said hello,
learning.
good people. Sorry. Hello, good
Go ahead.
people. Then you can be quiet, Dolly. They heard you. Sorry.
Dolly.
She's saying hello, good people, because she can hear all your voices. And the
Yep.
TV's on, and she's being loud. No. You were saying hello, good people.
Dolly.
She just
Yep.
wants validation. It's okay. We've heard you. Yes.
Yeah.
Just put her head up. So I always say hello to her when someone says hello. I say, hey, Dolly, such and such says hello. And she puts her head up. And she can hear all your voices. So she's getting excited. So that's why I have to mute myself all the time.
Yep.
Because I don't want Dolly to interrupt us, basically.
Right.
So, yep, like that.
Oh, sorry about that. I had to
She's
be dad for a
happy.
few minutes. Sorry. And to make a couple pizzas and roll me a joint. So that's
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
it's 4:20 for me
that's
too.
the
Cheers.
priority.
So
Numero uno.
I'm sorry.
I would join you if I wasn't job hunting.
Hey,
Hell,
I just made a
you're
couple
too late to
live
start.
pizzas.
It was 4:20,
Things
15
are awesome.
minutes ago, assholes.
Hey, I'm in my own time zone, remember?
Happy birthday, Sidvich again.
They're
I was
all on
going
the
to
same
show you
minute.
that. See this cute little thing here? You either are or not into The Simpsons. I was because my kids were in those
Oh,
days.
Go ahead. Go on
That's
with
actually
Oh, is that a
a
grinder?
grinder.
Oh,
I
that's a
don't
neat
want
one. Yeah,
to.
that Simpsons one.
That's what it's got on the front and the back.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
Make
So
me
on the
some
front,
too.
and then on the back. And I think it was the only one off. And I thought, oh, I have to buy that. All the rest were, whatever. But that was the one off. And I thought, oh, yeah, that's too cool. I have to get that. And not let the grandkids see it. Oops, what have I done? I've just had to plug in, guys. I might mute my mic, music out myself. Just a sec. Sorry.
Can't hear very well.
Understandable.
Yeah. Never worry.
101. That one smooth space kitty.
Making some. He's doing something. Hey, that's not the pool.
That's the
Did
pump.
you get the pump again? We were just talking about. Know what? No, it's weird.
Did you fill it up with
Whenever I
water?
talk to some-
You'll be able to stick your feet in it. I'll be
It's
better
actually
off
cool.
at
It
a
always
pool.
breaks. I've
Stirring the
actually
sand in the
let it go.
filter.
Oh, you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that truck?
Nope.
No.
No.
There's a native Floridian driving a big truck around here. That's big news.
He has the F-150 with the big old stack exhaust coming up behind the bed. They have
But
that
it has
out there
a
in
Volvo
Florida.
engine.
Stuff like that in California.
There's this. Yeah, what there is out back, next door.
Steakhouse.
Well, no. out back of my house, my
Backstage.
neighbors have this little
That was
dog,
awesome.
and they they just leave it outside, and it's a little. They call it a pocket pincher, or no, a pocket pit. So it's a
Right.
smaller pit bull,
Right.
but
The
she's really a
backpack,
sweet little thing. But she's just over there crying because it's dark and she's alone and
Aw.
scared, and I have to keep walking over there to the fence and talking to her because I feel so bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate
Good times. Good
the dog in the
times.
backyard. I didn't think people still existed like that. I
Right.
couldn't. If I did that to my dog, he'd die because he can't be outside in 90-degree weather.
Right.
That poor little thing is like. I went over there and because I haven't seen anybody, and I walked in their fence and everything, and I filled its water bowl up and everything today. But she just sits over there, and I can hear her. She's just crying, and she has this low little howl that she does. I've never seen a dog do that. It's a really a weird breed.
I'm struggling.
It's like a small pit bull. Like
Yeah.
it's the weird damnedest thing. But she howls like a damn coyote. She looks coyote-ish.
Right.
Weirdest breed. I'm telling you, it's a weird breed.
Sad dog.
Ears are all cut down. Has no tail, dock tail. So it's obviously been taken care of. And I've seen a little boy over there, but then they just leave for like 2 days in a row, and that poor dog just stuck in the elements. It's like, man, I can't do that. Yeah, she's howling right now as I'm talking. Like
That's
just
not good
whimpering,
when
and
it's,
it's like killing
especially
me.
when
I
it's so
just want to
hot.
go over there and grab her and take her in my house.
Yeah.
But
You
you
should.
can't do that in fucking Florida. I could get shot if I go over there and water the dog.
Call the
I risk
cops.
Right.
getting shot walking over there.
Yeah.
I'm doing it for a little dog,
Yeah.
I'm serious. If a
Call
guy
in a
walked out
concern.
and he had a gun and saw me there, he could shoot me and say he stood his ground. There was somebody
Right.
on the property, and he'd get right away with it. No worries,
Like
no
the
trouble,
pool
no
boy
bubbles.
that got shot because he was doing the job at night. So
The whole
hot there in
stand your
the
ground
daytime.
law.
Jeez. The
That's
poor
a
man
different
got shot.
world when that happens, because you had it work and it was filmed where a guy was arguing with a woman, right? Now it was a heat, right? And this guy come out of nowhere and pushed the guy down, and the guy fell. He fell on his ass hard. Well, he pulled his gun out because the guy was still menacing him. The guy was standing over him with his fist, right?
Yeah.
So the guy pulls his gun out, shoots him point blank, kills him.
Yep.
That guy's in prison. The stand your ground law didn't work for him. And people are mystified about this because it seems to work when it's racially okay.
Yeah.
If it's two black people, it's fine. If it's two white people, it's fine. But if there's any type of other stipulation, like where it could be racially motivated or something to that effect, it becomes something completely worse than stand your ground. I mean, stand your ground makes sense, but in the eyes of the law, it doesn't.
Yeah,
because
there's not a universal application of the concept. There's not a litmus test for whether it's appropriate or not.
Exactly, or especially if you've given people the right now to where they can open carry without a license. So now you can open carry without a license. You got to stand your ground law. I mean, it's formulaic. I mean, who are they fooling? I mean, they're fooling a lot of people. But it's a formula to just whittle down the population and get money out of you while they can, because you're going to run through the system.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you'll keep running through the system and spitting out fees and court costs and lawyer fees and shit, get you entangled, all hemmed up in that system.
Continued for 6 months. Continued for 6 months. We'll continue for 6 months. We need more data.
Yes.
Everything's 6 months because it's fiscal. It's easier to get to the end of the fiscal year or the end of somebody's term.
Yeah. Which
You know,
we have the ability to fix all of that. It's just humanity needing to make the decision that they want to.
Hey,
but like you
Wolf,
said,
make sure you don't
even
use the
even
rhino liner.
ritualistic. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sid. I didn't mean to step on you.
Mm, carry on.
Oh no, I was just
Yeah.
saying, it's just like what you were saying earlier about elders. I mean,
Yeah.
it won't change because you still have the old guard teaching the young guard
Yeah.
how the ropes are. So how can
Yeah.
that change when the very teachers and scholars are the ones that are perpetuating the whatever the mission may be?
Yeah.
When
That's why the system the manner in which I was taught to fix the system has to bypass all those types of stumbling blocks.
yeah, it's small.
You know,
Those things can get you webbed up
they
and not seeing the bigger picture.
yeah, and that's what the construct and all the stuff that happened in 1991 and the rest of that, ties into how we can get people over those hurdles where they are willing to say enough is enough. And it's the reason why I have to show them the grid that we put in place. When they can
That would
see
make sense.
when they can see the physical evidence of the celestial human histories, and I can show them how to put the history back together and rebuild it, and give them the technology to see all of our craft that are flying over the planet all the time, to actually, be able to see them on camera, to be able to monitor their traversals with the same stuff that they use to monitor regular aircraft. And, I'm
We don't have
offering
the
them all
ability
that
to do that
technology.
now.
No.
No.
But I can give them the technology to do all of that. And it's one of those things that, when I'm warning people about 6 different extinction level events that are queued up on the horizon here, and that humanity is going to be extinct if they don't take the measures necessary to prevent these, then nobody's going to believe that unless they see evidence of something, right? So it's like, hey, I've offered myself up. I have biological evidence. Most of you have seen that already. And, I can lead them towards the technology. I can show them how to detect our craft all around the world. I can show them the grid that we put in place that protects Earth from invasion. And, once they know the grid is in place, then they know that I have knowledge that the rest of humanity doesn't have. And that's going to lead to, okay, well, what do you actually need to teach us? Because once they see that that's in place and see that I have the ability to, create these technologies and the rest of it, then they're going to understand what the purpose of those technologies is.
Yeah, that'd make the most sense.
Yeah.
We don't know what they're working with, but hopefully that day will come in our lifetimes.
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't come soon, it's going to be ugly, because humanity's going to be removed.
Yeah, it doesn't. It looks pretty grim, huh?
Yeah.
They're doing a pretty good job at removing themselves. Everything's speeding
Well,
up so quick.
Here's yeah, the problem is that, like, if humanity wanted to just kill itself, we would not interfere. We would let you have at it. Humanity deserves to
Right?
die. It should be
Exactly.
gone. But the problem is that the manner in which humanity is killing itself, it's also killing the other million species on the planet that are supposed to continue their evolutionary journeys towards sentience. Right?
Uh-huh.
That's what humans are supposed to be taking care of. Humans are supposed to be stewarding the development of the rest of the life on the planet, not destroying it. And if humans are allowed to continue down the course that they're on, they're going to destroy all the rest of the life on the planet, and that can't be allowed. That's why I've been given the specific parameters I have.
Yeah.
I think the
We're doing
general
good. Putting
people,
things up.
like us humans, want to save the planet. Like, it is our instinct to want to live, grow. It is our instinct to live, usually. But the people who are stuffing with the planet are not the people. It's not us people. It's the governmental authorities, the people who decide where the money goes. And here in Australia, you've got no idea. It's not the fucking lucky country anymore. It's a shithole. They're starving us. They're making everything so expensive that food is the last option if you want to have a roof over your head. Sorry,
Right.
the bird. There's people, there's families sleeping in cars. The rent
Yeah.
is about $500 per week average.
That's
A
about
week.
what it is like here, Susan, too.
Yeah.
It's
Because
terrible. Crime's up
they spent
because
10
people.
billion or $100 billion on the Ukraine war.
I know.
And we
I
have
know,
people
but we're
here
paying
who
for
are
it
not
too.
Spend
Sorry.
$1,000
eat,
a minute on
who are
Mute me
living from
because of the
payday to
bird.
payday,
United
Yeah.
States.
who don't
And
know if they're going to make the rent yet.
right. And
Yeah.
and here's where we look at where the culpability of the entirety of humanity comes in, because I do
Yeah, us
understand the
people, like,
suffering that the general
as
population is going
individuals,
through.
we want to all live. We still have
Right.
children, we have homes, we've got hopes and dreams. You know, it's
Right.
built in us. But it's the governments who are starving us out. They're putting poisons in our meat now. I don't know if you know. If you didn't have your
Oh, yeah.
COVID vaccine,
Yeah,
put it in our meat.
hormones
They're
and
putting it in all of like
Oh, the
grains and
meat's
stuff like that.
disgusting smelling now.
Yeah.
It smells
They're
rotted
doing it.
when you
It's
open
happening
it.
right now.
It's like
Yeah.
yeah,
So
it smells
they're
rotted
drugging
right when you cut it
us
from the
to,
package.
and
It's
the
gross.
autism rate is skyrocketing. Children with autism, skyrocketing. It's gone out of control. I know this personally because my grandson has autism and has special needs, and through that system, my daughter has told me what's going on.
Yeah.
There's
And
not enough workers, not enough money,
Yep.
and the all this is happening really, really big and fast, all across the world. The kids,
It's the only
the
way it should
children
happen to change.
that are being born now and from women and being inoculated, those children, there's actually a statistic that there's one in so many kids with autism, and it will get to a point where it'll be every second child will have autism. Now, I don't know who wrote those
It
stats.
shouldn't make it because it's a different one altogether.
right.
If I drop out, that's because I'm at 3%, but I'll be back.
Okay.
Everybody has
I'll
ADHD.
mute now. I'm sorry. I had my little rave. It's just because of Dolly.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no, you're fine.
But there's so
Absolutely.
there's a thing. There's actually a reduction in
Go get
autism
me
diagnoses going on
not
right
the
now.
wrist rag, but the next size up.
Now, see, I
Yeah.
thought
A
that might.
reduction.
Now, look, call me stupid, but I am.
Okay,
I'm
stupid.
ignorant. I'm just stupid. But I thought maybe
We're
things
stupid.
like
We're
that,
stupid.
autism. Now, does that? See, I
Yeah.
thought that might have to do with soul. I don't know
Yeah.
why.
So
I don't know why.
okay.
It's just because it's a social disorder. So it's kind of like.
Well, they classify it as a learning
There's a
disorder, but
spectrum.
there's
Sorry.
with the spectrum. Here's where the sorry.
No.
Here's where the stuff is coming in on autism. So it's
Be quiet, Ray. They can hear you.
yeah. Hey, Bat. So yeah.
Hey,
So the thing with autism is that it's not being caused by the vaccines or any of that other stuff,
or any heavy metals like
autism. It's autism itself on the original version is on the rise, even though statistically the number of people born with autism diagnoses are going down because of the American.
Because I could have probably been labeled as a high functioning autistic child. I probably could have been put there.
Right. So so there's a political.
That's true. A lot of us adults now we're not diagnosed. Autism wasn't a thing years ago.
Yeah, exactly. If you were part of Gen X, there was no diagnostic criteria for autism.
Go outside.
It didn't exist. So prior to the latter,
he needed a kick in the ass. But
prior to the second half of the millennial generation, there was no universal diagnostic criteria for autism. So most of the mature folks, all of those diagnoses were missed. When the criteria came in through like the DSM-3R and then the DSM-4 for the diagnostic criteria for the pervasive developmental disorders, which was the category for the 4 disorders under the autism spectrum. Then they started getting more widespread attention, getting more distribution, And then eventually people started coming into terms with, okay, if you were in a big city, if your child was autistic, you know, then 20 years ago, you had about a 50% chance of ending up with a psychiatric professional that could recognize autism was at play, right? If you were still in a small town at that time, your doctors did not, right? They hadn't received that information. So it's this dissemination of information that gradually filtered out, because you got to remember that all these doctors people are going to are, when they got their education in school, there was no autistic spectrum for them to study. It was not something they were familiar with.
Old books.
So whenever a new version of the DSM came out, they didn't take the time to read those 4,000 pages to learn the new diagnostic criteria for everything that's in there. They stuck with their original education. Yeah. Now, this is where it actually gets ugly. So all the autism diagnostic numbers for the last 20 years had been on the rise until just a few years ago, when all of a sudden they dropped. Because when they came out with the DSM-5, they changed the diagnostic criteria. Instead of having the 4 pervasive developmental disorders, they actually took 3 of them and wrapped them up under autism spectrum disorder, ASD. The 4th one is the one that used to classify as high functioning autism or Asperger's, was removed. People that are savant autistics aren't actually autistic anymore, according to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. There is not a diagnosis that fits them.
Oh, it just disappeared.
So according to the American Psychiatric Association, all of those of us that were previous Asperger's autistics no longer have a diagnosis. We no longer have a disorder of any sort whatsoever, which also means we don't have the protections under the Americans with Disabilities Act. We don't have the disabilities protections that will allow us to continue going to school, because schools don't have to tolerate our behavior from our social deficits. We don't have protections in employment, because employers don't have to accommodate the personality quirks and the rest of it from savant autistics. They don't have to know how to deal with us. They don't have to make accommodations for us. And we also don't have protections for housing and the rest of it either. So those protections were stripped away by the American Psychiatric Association when they published the DSM-5. All the Asperger's autistics no longer exist. We no longer have a condition. Okay.
I totally understand. I've muted only because of Dolly, but I'm totally 100% know exactly what you're saying is 100% correct. Oops, I'm going to mute again. But yeah, that's what happened. Hold on, I'll mute. Sorry.
Yeah. But that's the skinny that people are looking for. Now, as far as there being more autistic people in the population, that itself is also true, even though they're not being diagnosed now, because we specifically unleashed some alterations in the human genetic code in order to provide enough. And the term high functioning is a poor term. It's not socially proper now, but it's just what people understand. So the savant autistics themselves need to be spread as widely as they are in the population now, because they are the ones who are going to save humanity. They are the only ones that are actually capable in humanity from divorcing themselves from indoctrination in order to assemble information based on just the information itself. And that's who is required in order to put the information together so that the rest of humanity can understand what's coming.
Alrighty then.
So we've been
unmute
putting together workflows.
Yeah, sorry. just Dolly's being a bit noisy and she wants to join in on the conversation. I don't want to do that to everybody.
Yep.
It's hard enough for me. But say hello to the good people, Dolly, and then be quiet. I understand it just through my daughter does a lot of study into that sort of thing because her son, my grandson, is on the spectrum. He's non-verbal, but we're getting there. I'm teaching him through song. Because that's how I'm teaching how and he understands so much. Geez, he's smart. He might not be able to talk. He does communicate, but I told him once. I said, if this is a past life thing or whatever, whatever, sweetie, it's all good. You just when you're ready, talk. When you're ready. And now and then he whispered in my ear something the other day. Here, that's right, because he knows I'm disabled, and he's so gentle with me. Like other people, he might pull their hair or rip them apart, but because he is on the spectrum, he smash his head through a wall, whatever. But with me, he is so gentle. He's like guides me to sit down, and it's only because I told him that I've got a crushed spine and Nanny's not all that well and can't do certain things. So he understands completely, but his frustration is communicating back. Like his frustration is he might want to watch something on TV or he might want a piece of cake or pizza. And for my daughter, it's a guessing game. So he loses his mind and she's trying to go, so they are in progress of learning because he's 7, learning communication skills. We may even have to just start doing whatever. What is it?
Sign language.
That's the one. Yeah. Because that might help. That will help, actually. They're doing a few. Like he does this, which means more, I think. I think it's just us that got to learn it as well. It's no good if he just learns it. Us family have to learn it.
And here's one of the things, just to help throw this into perspective for you a little there, Susan. Einstein was nonverbal until he was 4. He didn't start speaking. He didn't start using sentences until he was 5. Okay. People that are on the high functioning, end of the spectrum. The thing is that they are processing too much information all the time.
Exactly. There's
everything
so much.
is input.
And that's where they have their meltdown. If there's too much stimuli.
It's too much stimuli, and they haven't learned the rule set for how to filter out which information has value, which information doesn't. They don't know what they need to filter out. They don't have the programming for those responses. The computer program hasn't been built for them yet. When they get older, they start going, okay, so I don't need to pay attention to the buzzing sound the lights make. I don't need to pay attention to the sound of the air coming out of the air conditioning system. I don't need to pay attention to the change in air pressure on my body when someone opens a door at the other end of the house. This is all information input that, savant autistics are being bombarded with at all times, right? And when going to a place like a grocery store, a public place, things like that, you realize that for them, there's 20 different conversations that are going on around them. They don't have a filter to separate out what it is they're supposed to be paying attention to and what they can ignore. And all of this is part of the normal social programming that the neurotypicals have as they're growing up. But the autistics are processing so much information all the time that they don't develop those systems for ignoring everything because they're built to process information.
Exactly. All that stimuli. Actually, it happens with people who have anxiety attacks as well. That happens in shopping centres with me. That's why I only go to the shops at night time when there's not many people there because I can't handle the people. I can handle Dolly, no worries. But I can't handle people and the sounds and the lights. It's too bright in the shops, for me anyway. Sorry, I have to mute, guys. I'm sorry.
Yep. So good times were had by all.
Birthday. Have we all sung happy birthday? Have we all done a big joint happy birthday song?
No,
Did I? No. Oh my God. Well, we're all here, aren't we?
that's the only thing I'm missing.
It's the only thing you're missing is a happy birthday. Well, no, I can't do a Marilyn Monroe for you.
Right.
Damn it.
Well,
You know it.
someone should sing it, but it's not something we should all sing together because we all have lag in our connections, so none of
Oh
it would be
no, yeah.
synchronized.
That'd be funny. Then it would be echo, echo, happy birthday to you. It could
It
really
would
fuck
be
with the
like you
algorithm.
sing in unison.
I reckon we all try it and see what comes out.
3 different choirs.
Yeah. From all over the world, singing happy birthday into the ethers, all the way to Norway. Okay, when are we going to? We're all going to sing. Someone wake up Sarah. It's time to sing. She's laughing so much. I think she laughed herself to sleep. That was hilarious.
I think she's out of breath.
She's giggling so much. Oh no, you can't sing like Dolly. It's what Dolly you want to sing. She's singing in birdie, and it's obviously the tune to Hallelujah. Don't know why she's doing it, but I think it's cute. And I go, okay, blessed be God, lovely birdie.
Yep, it's Handel's Messiah.
She's singing it, and we don't. Hello, good people, Dolly. Yes, just out of the blue, she started with that tune.
Yep.
She said it sounded a bit like Rise, Seroni, Rise, Seroni. So I looked at her,
Right.
but it's her. She even does the hallelujah bit at the end sometimes. I'm thinking,
Nice.
I wonder if the TV was on and there was some sort of, because I leave the TV on for a lot. But no, she's just doing it out of the blue. And I'm thinking, because I say to Dolly things like, not one bird falls without da-da-da knowing, and so much more important are we, but we're still the same, Dolly. You're, and I am. And I talk to Dolly all sorts of weird, wonderful stuff. Yes, I don't have cats, though, so that's good.
George.
But anyway, at least she talks back.
Mm-hmm.
At least the bird talks to me. Anyway, she started this hallelujah thing, and it was like, huh? I'm like, huh? That's
Hey,
really
Mr. Bean.
it's Mr. Bean here, George.
Yeah.
We're all going to sing happy birthday all collectively down there in chat as well. Everyone's like, well, I can't read chat, but we can't hear them. Has Gigi run away? Have we all gone? There's people leaving. Oh,
No,
yeah,
no.
I'm singing happy birthday to you, Sidvich.
Gigi, come back. Oh, yeah. He said his phone was only at 3%, but he'd come back when he could.
That's right. Yeah,
Yeah.
he did say that. That's why I fell off earlier. I had to recharge. As soon as I popped it in, it all went away. We'll wait for Gigi and everyone to be here, and we'll all do a collective happy. We have to wake Sarah up.
Yeah.
I mean, that laughter. I was just laughing at her laughing when I was down in chat. I'm like, I don't know what she's having, but I want some of that. That's fun.
Waking nightmare.
I don't know if she was pissed. Was she pissed or just happy? That was funny to hear. It was good. Good times. I thought, I want to say hello. I'm going to jump up and say g'day and happy birthday to Sidvich. Did you go flying for your birthday? Have you been flying? I did see a comment in the earlier when I said.
Only on the computer.
I know you're on the computer now. I know you're not in the air flying now. But earlier, when I was in chat, I don't know if it was John P. Adventures or someone else.
JP.
You went flying for your birthday?
JP.
Only on the computer.
Only on the computer. Not in real life. Oh, well, that's safe.
I got
So you
the
have been flying.
simulator. Yeah.
Oh, good. When you do, you should tape it for us and call it Sidvich's birthday flight.
Hey, Mr. Bean. Hope you're doing good.
Hey, Mr.
I'll
Bean.
Hey, Mr. B.
What's up,
Hey, George.
George.
George. And there's Walt. Hi, Walt. I haven't said hello to you. I'm sorry.
I've been
You're
here.
only a tin-
He's
I've
been
been
I know
he's
here
been
you're only
almost.
taking care
tinkering
he's been
around.
taking care of the pool.
Yeah.
Exactly. Oops. I knew that, but I didn't even notice in the corner because the boxes change around sometimes. So they're over there.
Yeah.
So hi, Walt, and yeah, the Space Kitty, obviously Space Kitty. But Sarah's asleep, and
Sarah.
I love it when you do that. Look, oh, Sarah, oh, William. Oh, that was all fun. That was all funny. What was she laughing at? I think she's laughing at life.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she was altered enough to laugh at everything.
There, she got her some wax or something today.
Yeah,
Yep.
I forgot what she said she got.
yeah.
Now I got convinced to putting all this shit up. I need to go check the weather to see if it's going to rain. Son of a bitch! I need another smoke break.
Right.
Well, I can fly around your house and check what it looks like.
You should be all over there at helping
Oh,
out
shit.
with the pool. If we're
Yeah.
neighbours, we would. Welcome back, Gigi. Oh, it's there.
Yep.
There's Adrian.
Oh, that is so weird.
Welcome back.
Sorry about that double click.
JJ. Oh, fine. I'll turn mine on again, too.
There we go. Hello, testing. There we go. That's better.
Marty!
I know.
Hello.
Who's all here? We got Susan here, Jimbo, Space Kitty, working on the pool like a fool at night. Who does this? Who does that?
You might.
Yeah, we got Jim on camera too.
Why don't you work? Hey, just a question, Walt. Why don't you work on your pool during the day, dude? When the sun's out, you can see
He's
it.
riding horses.
You know, the chlorine's working because of it's interacting with the sun and the shock, and the pool and the goofball. Fucking 11:11.
Mighty.
He's out there kicking ass in the pool, working on the filters and shit.
Hey, Mighty Righteous, welcome aboard.
You're hilarious, Walt. You make me fucking. You kill me.
Hey, Marty.
Hey, Mighty.
Welcome.
I can't
Nice
see
to
it,
see
buddy.
you,
I gotta
brother.
pull it up on the other
3
screen.
laps.
Oh man, yeah, I'd make pizzas and smoke a joint. And a lot to do there, and my phone died on me, so I couldn't hear nobody anyway. So I figured I asked my quota of questions for the day anyway, right?
Oh, those are good questions. Kept the conversation going for quite a while.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. But it's something that I just, it's something that you just wonder, how, just like I said, just how it all fits together, how it works.
Yeah.
Because, from the aliens to us, it's an interesting path.
Yeah. And that's kind of the point, is that it does all fit together. It's all part of one system, and it's understanding where, pieces of the system were diverted and where information was destroyed and how the information can be restored. And that's where humanity's future comes from, is being, that technically I could save humanity, but that would not save them for long. They would still end up destroying themselves and the other million species on the planet. If humanity wants to continue existing, they have to put the work in. But, I'm turning it into a paint by numbers picture, I'm making it real easy. But it's just that they have to be willing to put the time in. That's what it comes down to. And, if everyone is happy with surrendering their will to their government leaders and religious leaders, and they don't want to fight for survival at all, then they're going to get what's coming to them. And that means that they have had free will to make that decision and they chose. And I'm never going to regret people getting what they've chosen.
How can you?
Yeah. It's consequences culture.
You'd feel nothing but constant guilt or regret.
Yeah. Yeah.
Constant.
Yes. And
understand.
Yep. And the grid itself.
John P. Is that John P?
John P.
Johnny.
Boy.
Sweep the leg, Johnny. Sweep the leg.
All the way from Portugal. Stopping
Hey,
in to
guys.
say,
Hi,
hey,
John.
now.
Great to see you.
Right on, man. How you doing? He's quiet. Yeah, he's got to listen.
Too much noise.
Understood, my man. I get you. We'll carry on. Good guy. Yeah, he's got a family, man. I get it. It's late and early. I get it.
Yeah, it's 4 a.m. But I'm here to sing.
I would rather wake a sleeping dragon than my ex-wife's.
I wouldn't mind too much.
I would rather. Oh man, you don't know. I would rather. That's called poking the dragon. You don't do that. You don't do that. You just let them sleep as long as they can. At that point, it's restorative anyway. So hey, it's for everybody. For everybody. I don't know.
He's gonna sing.
But who else we got? Who's this? Who's next to you, Nos? Who's that? What the?
That's Walt's indoor came in from the pool. Yeah,
that's his other nighttime working outside in the pool gimmick. What the fuck? I still get that. I just can't get that out of my head.
Came in.
He's out there. He's out there with that long ass pole at midnight, working it. Get it ready for fucking Sunday.
Hey, there's no right time to work or not work.
I know, man.
Personal perspective. I know you give him a hard time.
Look at him. Oh, there's John P. We're gonna get him in trouble, man. Hey now. What's up, dude? Who did that? I didn't do that to you. That's
hey, what's up, man?
What time is it there?
Yeah.
4 a.m. God bless you.
It's 5:15 here or something.
4:20, 4 minutes to 4:20.
There you go.
That's it. That's
Oh,
it.
you're
I'm ready.
behind me.
I'm ready. I'm ready, brother. I'm there. I'm too deep at this point. It's been a good night.
Trick.
However,
Yeah,
I had a lot to think about. That's a lot, man. You know, that's a lot to digest.
Yeah.
In a small amount of time, and you know, it's going to take some time to reflect on that. You know, because that's really, you know, that's not something that you just, you know.
Well,
I don't think that's a conversation you can just slough off. You know, that's
that's
got a lot. There's a lot there.
There's a lot there. Well, and this is part of the thing is that, you know, everybody out there that's not privy to the answers is doing the soothsaying thing. They're telling people what they want to hear, right? No matter what side of the argument they're on, they're feeding that role of telling people what they want to hear. People don't want to hear that they're all on the verge of extinction.
I understand
that they're about to die. You know.
No.
And that means that the message that I have is not meant to make people happy. It does not spark joy.
No, but I do believe as humans,
will it happen in our lifetime?
We just have this innate ability to survive.
Oh shit!
And no matter what,
shit.
Yeah.
Even if it's like, you know, like if somebody who tries to commit suicide and they fail, their body fights to stay alive. I mean, it's like your natural innate instinct is to survive, and no matter what that is, whether it's moving into mountains and moving underground because of catastrophes that came, and maybe they've survived. People have, maybe that's how things, and then they came back out, and
you just hit
things.
You just hit something on the head, because that's what the other intelligent species of Earth have done.
That's
the encroachment and environmental destruction caused by humans caused the other species to go underground, to go into hiding.
It's like the whales right now. They're beaching themselves by the hundreds because the water they can't survive in it anymore.
They can't survive in it. No, the microplastics in the water get caught in the baleen, and they can't digest food anymore, and
terrible.
They're suffering malnutrition and getting confused.
It causes like a mesh, and other fish hit it, and it causes buildups, and it's terrible for them. The microplastics, because the microplastics aren't very micro whenever they're coming in at the billions, so it turns out to be a very big deal, and the acidity and the heat and
the desalination of the oceans,
and the desalination from the polar
because
of Antarctica,
because of the Arctic. So here's one of the things is that all of us grew up in a time in which Santa Claus had his workshop at the North Pole. Right. And the thing is that Santa can't have a workshop at the North Pole now, because there is no North Pole. It's now the Arctic Sea.
It's melting.
Yeah. It's been melted. It's a freaking, the northern the northern passage that people have been searching for thousands of years is just a freaking.
You can't.
It's
find
just a sea
it anyway. I was looking on Google Earth just the other day, whenever me and Sid and Sarah were doing that, and I looked up there, and there's no data. There's simply just no data for the Arctic. It turns into just a patchwork of Google images. This is just Google, and you could tell it's just interlacing from a satellite image. It's just it's filling in blanks to where there's no data. Basically,
it's blurred out. No. There's big old patches of blurry stuff. That's all it is.
And that's how Antarctica is like that too. Some places you can see stuff, so it kind of is like a
but the difference is there's land underneath in the South Pole, and that's not the case in the North Pole.
Correct. The northern polar ice cap has completely melted. It's just the Arctic Sea now. There's some chunks of ice that float around in it. Kind of like having some ice in your glass, but for the most part, it's just a sea now, and it was not when we grew up.
Since we're talking about that, is there at the pole, right, where and I'm not talking the magnetic pole. I'm talking one of the many poles that is right there. Is there an opening of any kind?
What kind of opening you talking about?
There's a Stargate at 72 degrees north.
Right where the
JP.
Right where it'd be
it fell down.
If you could drill right through Earth and go right down to Antarctica from one to the other, like a complete pathway. Is there like a pathway that joins them two together?
No.
It's charging.
No. No. We don't need to be that deep.
Well, I'm asking because Admiral Byrd said that there was an opening at the pole where
at the South Pole.
Ships, no, in the North Pole first, and he said that it led them down into a cavern that took them to
that was in the South Pole,
right? Was it?
Right.
No, that's
Admiral Byrd was the South Pole.
Yeah, but his first mission was in the Arctic, and then he went down to Antarctica because they wanted to kind of figure out what was what. I swear to God, I'm not making that up. I'll show you.
Okay.
I mean, I can prove
Yeah.
it, but but that's he said that 3 ships came out and let him. You know what? No, you guys might be right and I'm wrong. I don't know.
William.
But here's
well, hey, at least
here's the fun thing is that what Admiral Byrd experienced was actually
and if you got
a shift on
Time
to
travel.
into. No, it wasn't time travel. He actually shifted to one of the parallel Earths.
Okay, that's interesting too.
Yeah.
See that
because what
that
he
goes
saw is
into-
not there here.
Yeah, I mean that's a whole nother ball of wax. And wow. I mean that could lead.
Here's the thing: is that I could explain the exact mechanics as to why he did, and I know the physics behind it, exactly why he did, but. The thing is that if I was to reveal that would get the information out there that would allow hostile foreign nations to develop the technology to start crossing between realms. And the last thing that you want is for a hostile foreign power to cross over into one of the Earths that's on a timeline with technology that is accelerated ahead of where this technology is right now.
Which would probably be the case because it's supposed to be like everything is very opposite from what we are here, right?
Yeah. So, well, no. I mean, here's what we're looking at is that there are 15 primary timelines. There are 15 Earths. Okay.
Wait a second. Can I just say something real quick? I'm sorry, but it says here on May 9th, 1926, Byrd did a North Pole flight. And that was in 1926, and then he went down to Antarctica in 1928. And
Rock William, flock yeah.
But he was down there for a second expedition in 34 and 39 and 40 was his last time he was there was in 1940. So it was I swear it was the North Pole.
Yeah.
But that's just the controversy. It even says that. It says that there's many controversies because there's a lot of misconceptions onto his death and others' deaths around him. So there's people who don't even think that it was the same guy that was like there was 2 different Byrds. Is what they're saying is a controversy. I don't know. It just says that in Wikipedia. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, it was his son. I believe it was his son that released his journal that revealed what he found in the Antarctic.
There was
Did
a
he
bio
ever
lab found in
Did he ever
California.
really release it? Because I
Just 6
didn't
minutes
think
ago.
it was ever released. I thought it was.
Byrd himself did not release it because he was a military man. He wasn't going to give that knowledge out to all the enemies that were around. We had the tensions going on with Germany, even though America didn't care what the Nazis were doing.
Operation High Jump. High Jump was that was from 1946 to 47. So that's whenever they went down to there to Okay, I was just getting my facts straight. Because hey, listen, I can't remember all this shit.
Yeah,
I don't have a beautiful mind. But I'm looking at his stuff right here. I'm sorry, I'm looking at all of his. He's very awarded, but it is very fragmented from. The guy who went down there in 47 is very different, even in looking, like even in physical characteristics, to the guy in 1927. I mean, that is 20 years difference, but I mean, he doesn't look like the same dude.
Right.
There's 2 dudes there, and But I don't know. Who knows? Maybe he went in one way and came out the other, and it was like, maybe they switched or some shit. I don't know. It's a cool story.
Right.
But anyway.
The wrong Admiral Byrd came back.
Yeah. 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 And they're just like,
shit.
And they're like, well, fuck, both of us are in the military. You're just 20 years in the future. Who gives a shit? I'm just going to do my
deal. Let me put it to you this way. If you stumbled through into a parallel Earth that had different technology and mystical beings and all the other stuff there, would you really care about coming back to this one? Would you want to come to this one, or would you want to stay in a place with all of this adventure and wonder and intellectual stimulation for you to explore?
That depends.
I would rather stay here because in that world I wouldn't know dick. So maybe I would be on the food chain. Very low on the food chain. Maybe
the devil you know than the one you don't, maybe.
Yeah,
but also you would
different that I couldn't deal. Maybe it's
William land of the lost.
Bad. Yeah,
right, but you Land of the Lost is great.
To wait for a fucking slee stack to get us home, William.
Slee stack.
Yeah. Every time I see some of these cave exploring videos on YouTube, I really just want to put together a dummy with a slee stack costume and station it around a corner in one of those caves.
With all those crystals.
Yeah. And it's like just wait for some spelunker to go down there and go wandering through the cave. And, have a sound automated, when it hears a sound in the cave, it starts making those clicking noises and get people to go down around the corner and then see the slee stack. Just, scare the crap out of people because I'm a prankster. It is deeply embedded in my systems of joy.
Yeah, here. Hold on.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let me share this. This is. He's laughing.
Oh.
Wait, why is that not playing?
Yeah, there we go.
Can you hear it?
Yep.
Oh,
into the great unknown.
I can't hear it.
Yeah.
On a routine expedition at the great
Look at that rock. Look at him. Green. Look at that. Oh, look at that raging rapids there. It's like
was fucking state of the art back
right? Have a look at it, man. You can't tell me that didn't look like your backyard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's state of the art.
70s.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Big Phil. Sid and Marty.
I loved that show.
Yep. Yeah, Sid and Marty Krofft made a lot of great stuff.
Awesome graphics. Don't you love it?
I love it. Look at that thing. Claymation. The big claymation Tyrannosaurus coming at you.
The first thing you're thinking is, I want to be home.
Gatorade!
Yeah. Yeah, because that's all they want the whole time is just, and that's all you want for them is to get back home.
Yep.
Right. So it's kind of cool that way, but it was a good show. Really, it holds up even today. I've seen it since, and I've marveled at it. It has a really. It's one of those that it's not held up by its special effects. It's held up by
it was
the story.
Good.
Yeah, man, these people are stuck on this planet that's got dinosaurs everywhere, and they make a pet of one. Remember the Triceratops?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, man. They made the best of
Yeah,
it.
it
And
was
they
a Saturday
started to,
morning thing. You know,
Yep.
it
watch
was
the old
serious.
Oh
Saturday
yeah,
morning
and
cartoons.
yep.
That was great. But I don't want
My
to end up there. Or
my
even
favorite
worse.
was Sigmund and the Sea Monsters.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Ah,
That's
Oh,
just
fair enough. I know
Sigmund.
that one.
Ah, yeah.
that's just a couple of
And
years before
I
me.
forgot about that one till just now.
one that they could not recreate today because of all
It's
the
for you,
ridiculous
Gigi.
details in it. HR Puff and stuff.
Ah,
Oh,
nice.
I
That's a
love
nice
That's
one.
another
Puff
Good
and
Sid
Graham
stuff.
one.
I love.
Sweet.
Remember,
and Marty
remember the
Krofft.
flute going, Timmy,
Yep.
Timmy, 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 when the Wicked Witch would
Get a good one
kidnap
for
the
me.
flute.
Yep. The
Timmy,
Magic
oh no,
Piccolo.
Jimmy,
Hit a good one
Jimmy,
for me.
Jimmy.
Yep.
It was Jimmy, not Timmy.
Yep.
I loved
There you go.
HR Puff and stuff
There
so
you
much.
go.
Yeah. And I mean, you think about HR Puff and stuff now, and if you take a look at them, you go, "Wow, that's really creepy. How did they ever get away with making
I
that
know,
for
and
kids?"
Witchy
Let
Poo.
me look
I
that
bet
up
you
because
saw
I'm
Witchy Poo.
forgetting him. What
You'll
was his
remember
name?
soon. It's HR Puff and stuff.
HR Puff and stuff. That's right.
With the magic flute.
Yep.
That's what Witchy Poo was after all the time, and Jimmy had it. So that's
Yep.
why every time she'd try and get the flute, the
Damn it,
flute
Jimmy.
would say,
Oh,
call
I
out
remember
for
this
Jimmy,
creepy
going,
fucker.
Jimmy, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like this creepy blobby bastard that has no
Yeah.
form, and he's always clumsily knocking
Yeah.
shit
Flute
over.
with a talking mouth, golden
Okay,
flute.
yeah, I remember.
He was very grimace.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very
and that's
grimace,
what it
but
was
orange.
all about.
Okay, can you hear it?
Yeah.
Push your friend when things get rough.
This is it.
Yes. Did you hear it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once upon a summertime, Mr. Dream
The hell?
from yesterday appeared his
Oh.
magic golden flute.
Because everybody does that. Everybody runs and flutes at the same time. That takes a lot of.
And run.
Yeah, that takes a lot of core. That's a lot of.
It's suspo, you know.
Yeah. Hey, you know
It's
he's
for
not
the
smoking.
photo.
He's not a smoker because he couldn't run and flute at the same time.
There she is.
Had in mind the flute to
Mhm.
stitch.
From her broom room in the sky, she
CUNT.
watched her plans materialize. She waved
Look at
her wand.
Oh,
The beautiful boat was
you
gone.
bitch.
The skies grew dark, the sea grew rough, and the boat
Can't
sailed
flute your way out of that one, can you, Link?
But Puff and Stuff was
Oh, no.
watching too and knew
Oh, ain't he
exactly
cute?
what to do.
No.
He saw the
Not at all.
witch's bold attack,
Oh.
and as the boy was fighting back,
He called his rescue
Oh.
racer crew as often
If I
they
ended up
rehearsed.
there,
Oh, that's a kid's dream.
but who would get
what's
there
that, toilet
first?
water?
But now the boy had washed
Look
ashore.
at it. It's got like fresh blue toilet.
Which made the
Yellow.
boat
No, it's Florida water with
This is
chemicals in
the
it.
intro.
Look at
Here we
it.
go.
Smells like a
Song.
toilet.
HR Puff and Stuff. Push your friend when
Oh,
things get
oh,
rough.
look at you.
HR Puff and Stuff.
Like he fits right in.
Can't do enough.
HR Puff and
Puff and
Stuff.
Stuff.
I don't have the moves.
HR Puff and Stuff.
Puff and Stuff.
Do a little 'cause you can't do
I'd be screwed, man. I don't have the moves like that
Memories,
kid.
I went there.
That kid could
I'm back.
move. I couldn't do that. He was dancing around, playing flute. Fuck
Yeah.
me. I'd be that
Yeah,
little
fantasy, bro.
HR. I'd end up fighting HR Puff and stuff for his property. Steal his car, take his car, steal his
little
get-
train friend.
steal his
Does anybody-
steal his
does
Goblin looking
stash.
things.
Fucking
Does
raid his
anybody remember
stash.
getting? Does anybody remember getting the H&R Puff and Stuff for Christmas?
Oh,
No, I didn't.
I
Did
was
you?
Okay,
born in
H&R Puff and Stuff
77, but that's before me.
was actually released a couple of days after
That's
Christmas.
69.
But for
That-
a Christmas
really?
bonus, I think it was NBC gave it to us on Christmas Day. We got to watch it before
Right.
it was released.
Well, that was
Yeah,
episode.
it was released
Biolaboratory
the
in
week
California
after,
was found.
and the week after,
Breaking news.
I was like 8 years old. I said, "Oh, cool, yeah."
How old
I
would
loved
you
it.
have been in 1968 or 9, Walt?
Huh?
How
I
old would
was
you have
8.
been in
Yeah,
69?
There you go.
I was 8.
Because that's
This
when
was
it
at
came
Christmas
out.
time. Yeah, I
Yeah,
remember
that's exactly when it was.
because
That's
I'd been
exactly the
watching
one I played.
previews.
I would have
for-
watched
since
repeats then.
They had previews
Obviously.
for it like all
Yep.
summer. You know, come
Yeah.
into NBC or CBS, whatever the hell it was on.
Yeah. And the cops in HR Puff and stuff, McDonald's ended up modeling their police
Yes.
creatures
Yes.
after.
They did.
Yeah.
True as.
Yeah, the ones
Sorry.
that were always chasing the Hamburglar were modeled directly
Yeah.
off of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yikes.
Don't see that anymore. The
No,
hamburger,
well,
that crap.
no, McDonald's abandoned all their cool characters.
Well, they had
Yeah.
the Grimace Shake now, remember? The Grimace Shake.
Oh.
Purple Shake
Yeah.
that he had for his birthday.
But
The
yeah, but I mean,
Hamburglar, yep.
the
Mayor
Hamburglar,
McCheese,
Mayor
yep.
McCheese, the Fry
Yep.
Guys.
Yeah.
Now
All the
they
characters.
got sued over Mac Tonight.
Yeah,
So
because
remember, it's from
Mac the Knife.
Bobby Darin, I believe,
Yeah, Mac
is
the
Mac the Knife,
Yeah.
and his family sued McDonald's instead of just like establishing a contract or agreement or something.
I'm
Which
sure
I
he
love.
has-
I loved the Moon character. I loved it.
I did
Yeah.
too. It was the selling point. I remember that in the 80s. It was a little after New Coke was abandoned, around 86. So it would have been around 87, you know, or 86, 87. And that's right when Old Coke was going out and shows like Max Headroom was on TV.
Max Headroom, my absolute
Yeah.
favorite.
Do you remember
And
Max Headroom?
yeah,
was
so
great.
when I
Let me pull that
and-
up for John P because I'm sure
and
he does.
so HBO currently are the ones who own the licensing for Max Headroom, but I really want him. I
man.
really want him to come back.
we
Yeah,
had
like,
it Max
if-
Headroom here. Obviously,
even
probably
if
later than
Netflix-
you.
As the
Yeah.
guy that hacked the
I thought you was talking
BBC
about
in
Mac
the
tonight.
70s.
Yeah,
That
Headroom
that
on
too. Yeah.
McDonald's? Or did you?
Yep.
I just got lost there. I guess I don't know.
No, here you go.
I remember
Here. Here, you'll remember him.
Or 80s or whatever.
Yeah.
Max.
That's him. There
But
he
no,
is.
there for a little while. There for a little while when Mac Tonight come out,
I heard you were a big
McDonald's
time in
was
the old pop is.
sponsoring some little
Oh, and I
show
take that as
at
a no
night.
comment.
They
So,
had like
I'll pull up Mac the
What I'm talking about, if
some
you're
kind
not,
of
is that more people
some
prefer
kind
the
of
new
Oh, I
little
remember that guy.
or Pepsi.
Wonder if that's the very first AI.
It's true. More people are as we.
No,
Advertised
the
it.
the
Yeah,
the
but-
actor was Matt Frewer.
That's the way.
Oh. So it wasn't AI.
Yes,
that's-
yes.
It
Is
wasn't. It
that-
wasn't actually I.
That's how many. But the show was had a really cool story that had to do with technology and
Yeah.
hacking and
Yeah.
reality, and it was
Yeah.
really
Yeah,
deep
so-
show.
Yeah, Matt
Yeah.
Frewer.
So that's
Matt
probably-
Frewer. His character, I believe, he was a reporter, and he got into an accident on his motorcycle. So when you go through like a freeway underpass or something like that, you end up having that sign overhead that has the black and yellow stripes on it that says how high it is. So when he got into the accident on his bike, the very last thing he saw before his head impacted it was the part on the sign that said max headroom and gave the height, right?
Dope.
So when they hooked him up and tried to save his life, his consciousness ended up getting transferred into the computer system, which let him get out onto controlling everything, and then he just became a bane to the people in control of everything. Just the ultimate
I had no
smart
idea
ass.
about that backstory.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
cool.
Oh
big
yeah,
backstory.
it was
I didn't know
great.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Max.
Hey,
Yeah,
here's
it wasn't just commercials. He had a show.
Yeah. Oh,
Max.
maybe we didn't get the show. I don't know. I remember we used to during music videos. He'd pop up after music videos at really late at night time.
Yeah.
Because being in
Yeah, he
Australia, I
was-
think we got things later than you. You guys.
Yeah.
We'd always hear that America has this or that, but it'll be released in Australia like months later. Not nowadays,
Yeah.
of course.
Yeah, Max Headroom was the most iconic figure of the
Yeah.
80s.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
so
definitely one of them. Yeah,
but it was
because
on at really
everybody,
late at night, like
if
1 in
you
the
grew
morning.
up in the 80s here in America, then yeah, you know Max Headroom.
Yeah.
That's something very, very, very 80s. And it's something that's subculture enough. It's subculture enough that you would have to have lived in the 80s to know it. It's just one
So
of those things.
obviously
It's just like
someone
it's
here in
like the
Australia
90s. It's like the 90s.
brought it.
You may not have seen Twin Peaks, but here in the
Right.
90s, you knew it existed. It's just an American, very 90s thing. You know, there's certain shows, certain things that do that that set off a decade. And Max Headroom was definitely 87. See, look at that, 87. I was 10.
Yeah.
I was 20.
GG.
My second child was born. I
There we
remember
go.
watching this. It'd be on after music
trippy.
videos.
And it blew us away as we're drinking Cokes.
And this came
Yeah.
By the billions.
GG, hear this one.
What's
well,
that?
Well.
Hear this.
I hear that. Hallelujah. You hear it? Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Oh, she only did it twice. Anyway, sorry guys. I'll mute. Or it could be Rise
you're good.
Cerrone. GG. Don't know. Rise Cerrone.
It's often
You heard the part, GG.
I heard it. I got you, man.
The giggle is away.
Yes, the San Francisco treat.
The fart balloon.
Yep, the best one. I love whoopee cushions. But that's all I do. That's all I do is just keep farting with it all the time. Look how I am with my buttons.
One last one.
There you go.
Nice.
Oh.
Why?
You better watch it. You're gonna wake up. You're gonna wake them up.
No, I'm in the toilet.
Okay, good.
Opposite of the house.
Okay, good man. Good man. Gotta watch that.
I had to show this one.
I'm trying to boot up mine.
You're funny, Jumpy.
I'm almost falling asleep, guys.
No worries,
Wake
buddy.
up,
I know it's.
I'm gonna go off
it's like 4.
off camera.
5. Yeah, it's like 5:46
No problem.
there, buddy.
Sidvich, happy birthday.
A little cigarette.
Glad
Thank you,
glad
Joe.
you're here, man.
Yep, Susan.
It's so great.
I love you guys. I'll be in the chat, okay?
Okay, John.
Love you guys. See you later, family.
See you later, brother,
See
man.
you, John.
Ollie, Sid, Nos,
Happy birthday,
Gigi,
Yes.
Susan, and my flock is sleeping, but she's here in my heart too.
Yeah.
All of ours.
She giggled herself to sleep. It's
Yep.
so
Yes, big hugs, guys. Love you all.
funny. Big hugs.
Mwah.
Love back.
Oh,
Right.
yeah. What a good dude, man.
Yeah. He's lovely.
Good dude.
Yeah.
He's one of my favorites. You know,
I
there's
saw a
people that you
TikTok
meet
the other
you know.
day. I don't know if you've seen the TikToks where people say, "Oh, this is my first drink, and then this is my last drink, and they're all drunk." Well, this was different. This was people having a smoke, and it was like them beforehand, and then after a smoke, and just the eyes, like, so funny, funniest TikTok, because that's what it's like. Smiley eyes.
Trying to find
Eyes in the mirror of the soul, they say. Happy eyes. Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
No, sorry. Look, I'm trying to
no,
find.
that was me.
Susan.
Don't cover for me, GG. He does this. He covers for me. I got a little problem.
Got a farting problem.
He makes out it's his machine, but it's really me with a bit of a tummy problem.
Trying to find.
Oh, we can hear Sarah snoring, God lover.
Yeah. She's out.
I thought we'd hear her giggling.
That was my goal was to make her laugh so hard that she'd fall asleep. That was my part of my goal.
Mission successful.
Congratulations.
I knew I had her. I knew I had her with the train story. I knew I had her. Every time I'd bring up riding that train to Needles, that just kept
So
getting her.
Needles is obviously a suburb. That's a bit questionable. I don't know. We had
it's a little shit town on the way from one place to another in California. I can't believe she doesn't know her. It doesn't matter.
It was a joke. It's obviously a
it was all
inside location joke.
Well, I did it. It was a joke I did on Thursday, was it? No,
Yeah.
Wednesday. No, Wednesday. Thursday or Wednesday.
Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah.
Thursday. And it was just something that organically came up. I don't know how I don't know why I came up with it.
Just
But it
shits
was
and
just
giggles.
well, Walt was playing some videos with some railroads on it, like these little like cartwheels on the railroad tracks.
Yep, John. Yep.
And people ride on them.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, what's that in the background? Ooh,
That's Sarah when she's on the back of the little cart.
Behind me.
And she gets happy. She gets excited. That's okay.
Yeah.
It's exciting. I mean, she's okay.
Yeah. Oh, you know when you get that thing in your ear, that high pitch frequency or something right now in my right ear.
We're gonna hear her in her sleep going, I've never been to fucking Needles.
Now it's going away.
Where's Needles? Oh God. Listen to that.
Is that in a deep sleep? How lovely.
That's some
Sound like she was having a drink or something. That's how I laugh when I have a drink. Like, you
she's
can't
sleep
stop
fighting. She hits
She had the
herself when
biggest
she sleeps.
gigglegasm ever I've heard her have.
Where are all my sounds? Oh my God. Listen to her. She's whistling. Oh, damn, man.
He's muted.
Wait a minute.
All right, Gigi.
Maybe it's me. Sometimes you gotta just admit it.
I got the question here for you, Gigi.
What's that?
Name the 5 Stooges.
5? Oh, that's tough. I remember them. I remember all 5 of them. We got Mary. Yeah, that's it.
Mary?
I already fucked up. Mo, Larry. I mixed Mo and Larry up. Give me a break.
Yeah, there you go.
Mo, Larry. Then you had first off you had, well, I don't know if it was first. Maybe it was. But you had Curly. And then you had Shemp.
Yep, that's 4.
And then you had the guy who he was. Oh, hold on.
I thought there was only 3.
3 Stooges is the name of the show, but you know, with the Howard brothers, occasionally they would swap one out and bring another one in.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yes,
Yeah.
that was the show. 3 Stooges.
So there would always be 3 of them there, but
yeah. Yeah.
So you got Larry, Mo, Shemp, and Curly.
Yep.
Yep. And there's.
Can't think.
I'm thinking the other one was a big guy too, and to kind of take the place, and I think he might even been related to Curly.
Yeah.
Am I
I'm
right?
trying to think back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got. I see him. I see
That's
him
what
in
I'm
my
trying
head.
to think back. I can see it in my head. I wouldn't. I only knew those 3. Well, I did when you said it. I knew the Shep one. But,
man.
Mo, Larry, Curly.
I'm just gonna change back to my cell phone again. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna
Over here.
I'm gonna think. Oh wow.
Joe.
Is
Joe.
it Joe? I see. I was gonna say
Yep.
George,
Yeah,
because
it was
I remember that I can see him and I
Yep.
know exactly who he is,
Yeah.
but I could not.
Larry,
get the name
Mo,
out.
Curly, Joe, and Shemp.
Yeah. See, I need
And
to have
like
my
this,
American card snapped from me.
There you go. Well, and that's one of those things that like all the stuff they did cannot do today.
No way.
Cannot.
Oh,
They
God,
tried.
no.
They
It's
tried
like,
not too long
Yeah.
ago to have a Three Stooges movie done by
Yeah.
wasn't it done by the not Coens, but some brothers that were pretty good
do
directors
you
and had a good
remember
past.
Sorry.
But that movie stunk. It did terribly.
Yeah.
But then
Do you
again, some
remember,
movies do good that don't do bad. Like 18.
Yeah.
I thought the remake of 18 was really good. Sorry,
Right.
just saying.
Said Juges. What was it? The Benny
But
Hill
the-
Show. Sorry, I just
Right.
had to
Benny
say it
Hill.
before I lost it.
Yeah, I
It
remember.
was
Yeah.
a UK show.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Yeah.
it was fucking funny. Especially but I didn't know whether you guys.
Yeah, we got it in the U.S. too.
Oh yeah, it came on late, kind of later in the evening. So like
Yeah.
I can remember going to bed because I was a kid.
It was
That would be coming on, and I'd see this right here. I'd see this, and I loved it. It was I had to stop in my
Benny Hill.
tracks and just watch this here. Well,
Oh, the tune. Yeah, I love
Yeah.
the tune.
I thought it was the whole thing, but I guess apparently not. Apparently, that's no.
Oh, that's the theme music.
again.
Yeah,
No.
it's so
Oh, wow.
funny.
There's a show.
And every ending ended up with a chase. Him
Yeah.
and chasing the girls and
Look
Yeah.
at them there, dressed
Oh,
up like
which
them.
which they
You
used
couldn't
in
do
V for
nowadays.
Vendetta.
We should have a things you can't do nowadays show.
Right.
Well, just like Archie Bunker, you couldn't do Archie Bunker today.
No.
True.
You
Yeah.
think he could even try?
Sidvich.
He was
Okay. Let
politically correct.
me make sure that you all feel sufficiently old.
Yes.
You ready?
Oh,
Okay.
Of course.
So
I love it.
I'm gonna make you all feel sufficiently old.
Cool.
If Back to the Future
Joke's
was
on me.
made, if
I
Back
can't
to the
do it.
Future was made today, then when Marty hopped in the DeLorean at the Twin Pines Mall and went back in time, he would be going back to 1993.
From
That's when I had
November
when I had
9th,
my,
1955 is when
my
he went
fourth
back.
child, whose birthday was yesterday.
He went
Jessica,
back to
93.
1955 from 1985.
All right,
30 years.
30 years.
So yeah.
So if he came back,
I remember.
If-
You
and
know
it
what's
was.
sad?
So if he
I
went
remember-
back
That's why I
30
think
years from
he's-
now, it'd be
That's why I
93.
said. That's why I said I think that's why he's messed up now, because he really did go to the future. And he's all fucked up because there's all, your nervous system can't take that, man. So maybe it staggered him a bit, and because
having a problem.
that was the only way to really act it out was to just do it. Because I think a lot of Spielberg stuff has a hint of some truth to it, like maybe he wasn't the only, maybe there was hands that kind of guided him, maybe because he made all the great movies of the 80s, him and Lucas, they made box office hits.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
a lot of influence, but so much that an agenda could have been pushed.
Right. Well, Back to the Future was Robert Zemeckis.
You're right, but Spielberg was a producer of it.
Yeah.
And he was on set because I saw the DVD stuff where they you can look at and it showed him there with Zemeckis. But it also showed him on set on the Goonies too, and that wasn't totally his. That was it was his, but it was oh Jesus Christ. Oh Jesus Christ. He's got a sister, ain't it? That's famous too. from Laverne and Shirley. What? No, damn it! Too many '80s things. Maybe I'm all fucked up.
Laverne and
Maybe I'm
Shirley
Back
was
to the
good
Future.
too.
Laverne and
Yeah,
Shirley
Laverne and
was
Shirley.
one of my
Jesus.
favorites. I
But
could
What
not
about
get
the
enough of
Golden
that show.
Girls? Who went there? The Golden
Oh yeah,
Girls.
yeah.
Yeah, you had to love the Golden
Schlemiel,
Girls. I think.
Schlemazel,
Haas
Incorporated.
Incorporated.
Yeah, I couldn't remember what that was. I just mumbled.
Haas and Pepper. It's the bottling
That's
plant they worked for.
Yeah, I remember now. I remember. I've seen it many times. Squiggy. Yeah. Squiggy was my favorite. Yeah. Squiggy.
Lenny and Squiggy.
Respect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Squiggy was my favorite.
Hello.
Lenny and Squiggy. Yeah.
But yeah, it wasn't it? No, whenever he came back to the future, to the alternate world, and Back to the Future 2, remember it was alternate because Biff got a hold of that book and went back and changed.
Yeah.
The sports almanac.
So he
on the football matches.
Right.
Yeah.
So that would have been well, that would have been 2015, right? I mean, in the model of the universe.
The 30 years forward.
Right. From 85.
Yeah.
Huh. See, because that part, not many people think about how important that part is whenever he goes and meets Doc, and Doc is explaining to him how shit is working now. But he just saw his, that Biff is his dad, but his dad's been killed by Biff. And all, so there's a lot going on, and two, that people don't give it credit for, because it's not known as one of the strong Back to the Futures. It's one of the, I would say 3 may be a little bit more ahead of it, just because it was longer, it was more fleshed out. 2 felt like it was over before it started, kind of thing. It was like, okay, you're in the future, so you have to stop Biff's grandson.
You have to stop. You have to.
But we don't really learn what exactly is going on. Like, we don't even get to learn as an audience what is going on there. There is an organization, a corporation, that apparently you can't just bust in on your hoverboards with. I don't know. What was the deal? There was, they never fleshed that out. So it felt like it was just kind of thrown together to get to this Western one. And so the Western one was fleshed out more, but it wasn't better. It just was longer.
Those of us that were there at the time, what you'll remember is that it took several years before they made Back to the Future 2 and 3. But
they made them at the same time.
They were made at the same time, and they were both released the same summer, only like a month apart.
I remember.
And so it was a big deal.
It was the first movie I'd ever seen that at the end there was this huge trailer for 3. It was like, and it's like coming in it was like next month or something. It was like, whoa.
2 ended with to be continued.
It was weird, very strange, and so was 1. The 1 was to be continued as well.
Yeah.
So I think they went back in time for real, and Marty's all fucked up, still playing.
Well, they screwed up because, unfortunately, we live in a time now where there is more training for the human mind to look for continuity problems and logic errors in movies and stuff that didn't exist back then.
Exactly.
But
for me, it's also a placeholder in time for it's like a time capsule.
Yeah, but for me, they exactly work like the movies and stuff work like time capsules to look at the thinking processes of people at the time when they were made.
Well, just imagine if somebody from I don't know, say the 1800s was to see that in the movie theater.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's like if they could just see it for what it was, and they haven't, Charlie Chaplin hasn't even hit silent screens yet. They just see that. I mean, that would just, I think that would be enough to change circuits here. It would be like Bill and Ted's.
Yes. Which that is my all-time favorite time travel movie.
See, I think those two movies are linked, and I swear to God, I'll find it one day. I'll find it. I'll find the bridge somehow. San Dimas
Right.
High and fucking Hill Valley are related, man. I'll figure it
Right.
out. I just haven't yet.
Yeah.
I know it.
Well,
Imagine if all three of them got together and made a band. Wild Stallion. And what was Marty's band name? Marty's band had a name at the beginning. It's Marty and the. Oh, I know it. I got it.
I can't remember. What was it?
Now that's a good one. I'm gonna give Nos a minute. That's a tough one.
Yeah, I can't think.
It's a tough one. I'll
Marty
give you a hint.
no. Yeah, he was. Yeah, so he was trying out for Battle of the Bands.
Yes.
That's the connection between the two movies. Is
Wild Stallions and
it's about
Marty and the.
It's that Marty and his band were trying out for the Battle of the Bands at the high school.
Yep. Play at the play at the enchantment of
no, not to play at the dance, because that happened in 1955.
No, but they were doing it again in 85. Remember, they were just doing it again. It was like like a anniversary type thing,
retro thing.
Whatever. I don't remember that part.
But
I do remember
the thing
his
is that after his band played their song, it's actually Huey Lewis, who's the guy with the megaphone.
Yeah.
That says, "I'm sorry, you're just too damn loud."
Yeah,
right.
That's Huey Lewis.
That's Huey Lewis.
But
which was great because they used, they specifically made a song. Huey Lewis made a song just for the movie, back in time.
Yeah. It was used all over, just in different rhythms, different timings, different speeds, different.
Yeah.
It was done in like an orchestral way, like a score. There was a score for it,
Yeah, but kind of part of the connection that we have between the two movies is that in that scene in Back to the Future, Marty is performing on stage in the auditorium, and the way that Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure ends is Bill and Ted performing on stage in the auditorium. Now they're not performing their music, but they're performing their oral report.
Right. All right. Yeah, it was, just so I don't forget, it was Marty and the Pinheads.
Marty and the Pinheads, yeah.
Yeah, that's it. Just Marty and the Pinheads. They just,
Oh, now see, John P. mentioned something. He mentioned butterfly effect.
Oh,
So let me tell you, we have another Mandela effect that came through recently. Tim Curry is alive.
I thought he. Really? I thought he died a couple years ago.
Yeah, he died. He died a decade ago. He's alive again.
Huh. Well, are you sure? Because I can remember telling like my ex-wife, because she's a big fan.
Yeah.
I remember him in the when he played Darkness, and with the movie with Tom Cruise and
Legend.
Legend. Yeah, he played Darkness.
Where he was the devil figure. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the most imposing devil I've ever seen in my life. Was his portrayal. I love him.
Oh yeah.
I think he's one of the best. That's why I'm such a fan of like Rocky Horror Picture Show, and that's why I would think
everything that he does, he masters. I mean, Clue, for God's sakes,
Oh yeah, without him it would have sucked.
Yeah.
Professor Plum couldn't have carried it. What are you gonna you gonna depend on Colonel Mustard?
Right.
No, but everything he has done is gold. I can't.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm telling you is he's alive again.
Well, I'm glad, because it's better to have him than not, because I think he's a beautiful human. So, but I can swear to God, but I'm thinking.
I'm sure that's good news for him too.
Yeah. But I could swear like 7 or 8 years ago, he had died, and it was like a heart attack, or it was something simple, It wasn't anything that raised an eyebrow. It was just like, oh man, Tim Curry's dead. And but I swear on my life, I remember hearing that and telling my ex-wife. But people also remember Mandela being dead, and I can't remember that. People also remember a girl getting run over.
Well,
a girl getting run over in Tiananmen Square, and I don't remember that.
Yeah,
I don't remember
remember that.
I don't remember a girl getting hit by a tank.
It ran straight over.
I remember her holding her hand out, and the tank was stopped. I don't.
That might have been a different one.
Guy
That might have been a different one, but the one I saw many years ago, straight over.
With a
Then they
briefcase in
stopped
his
it on
hand,
TV.
in his right hand.
See, that's how things go. Also, I grew up with the Bernstein Bears, and I know how it was spelled when I was a kid. Now it's not spelled the way that I remember, but I can never prove that. I'll never ever do, because it is solid Bernstein, and I've looked at older books, and as a kid I remember we knew how to pronounce that. It was Berenstain Bears, and there was a cartoon with it, and it said their damn names like that. We didn't just make that up. That's one that is one that I really makes me kind of believe that Mandela gimmick. Is because I do remember a lot of these things that other people don't remember or remember a different version of. So something's off there. There's something that there's definitely. I'm sure Nas could.
I don't think it's the end of the world as long as it's only a couple of liters. That's true.
What's that thing that we had once? What was it, Yanni? Or
What can you do about it? It's just, it's just interesting that maybe there's another reality running next to ours, and that sometimes it might kind of run into each other at certain spots where people are. And then maybe shit gets a little sideways, but there's I think there's definitely, if there's parallel universes, there's definitely a bleeding point where they meet. There's got to be some way.
Yeah.
The one
but it's beyond my pay grade.
That's the one I heard the most about, and I remember quite a few years ago when it might have been Stephen Cambion who did their show on
Can I have one of your drinks?
Oh, did he?
Nelson Mandela, Bernstein Bears.
Yeah. Back.
Yeah, it could very well be that I was a young kid and my vowels were wrong. Could it
was EIN, and it's actually connected to another one of the Mandela effects. But I need to go grab my bottle before I explain it.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that I've always thought about, but then that's all I can break it down to is I think it's just bleed from something else, that we can't understand, but would probably make sense if it was just told to us, But who knows if anybody even knows that? But I've heard about that even in flight, Sidvich, and I'm sure you can even attest to that. But there's been guys who have said that they have been flying and they've made it to their destination like 4 hours or 4 to 6 hours earlier because they got caught in this tube of something in the sky, and it just took them faster than they even knew than their instrumentation, anything was even telling them. And next thing they know, they're kind of coming to, and it's like they kind of remember an electrical charges in the clouds they remember seeing, and it's like a tube.
And that's why you have two speedometers in the aircraft. One for airspeed and one for ground speed.
The guy said he didn't remember. He didn't remember any different than, and so it wasn't, so he didn't remember even checking gauges. Who knows if he did, but he felt like he came to, like out of a dream.
Yeah. But
and it's happened but this happened to many different guys. It's a lot of them are down here in Florida. Go figure. But but that's because back in the 80s, Florida was a major connection to Brazil for the coke trade. So there was so much aircraft going from Florida to Brazil that back in the 80s that it was staggering. I mean, it's so much more than it is today. And because it was actually an industry. You could be a pilot for the coke industry, just going down, grabbing it and bringing it back, drop it off at one of those private one of those little hangars that's connected to your house, like we saw the other day. It just pull it in there, no troubles, no bubbles, and guy comes and gets it. Yeah, that was a big deal down here, and it's probably still
a
is.
documentary about that. There was
Yeah,
airline pilot who quit his job to do that instead.
Yeah, because he made like 80 grand a flight. Yeah. Yeah. And then he started going to like Singapore, because Singapore doesn't have any kind of drugs at all. So that was a big place that they would also go, was over to Singapore to give them whatever they needed to. I know, because I had a neighbor who worked for Piper, and on the side he would, do drops and stuff.
Yeah.
He made a lot of money in the 80s.
Yeah.
He had a lot of product.
Yeah. But yeah, Flight 19 that went missing, the squadron of torpedo bombers.
The Bermuda Triangle.
Yep. Yeah, it was in the Bermuda Triangle. And
that's the place where a lot of those. Yeah,
that's one of our base stations is there.
I was going to ask you that. That was my next question.
Yep.
Because how significant is it there? Like, which is it the whole triangle, or is there?
No. So here's what's going on, and I can actually show you how to map it. But I mapped it out when I was like 18.
Let me just ask you this: Does because where it hits Florida, could that be where they thought the Fountain of Youth was?
That's actually the Fountain of Youth is actually at one of our base stations that's in the northern portion of South America. But the Fountain of Youth was about that. Correct.
Damn it!
You've connected it together. These are base stations from the celestial grid.
Yeah, well, Ponce de Leon said he found. Well, he was looking for it here, and so was Castro de Soto, another.
So and that's part of the stuff. So it connects all up to the stuff that I'm supposed to show with technology. But
maybe they did. And Ponce de Leon still walking the earth, kicking ass, taking in flip flops.
No, he's so
okay, just chilling. Got a real haircut and everything. Traded his cutlass in.
Oh, that is so weird. So here's the deal. Whenever we have a planet that we're developing, that we're in the process of raising, when it gets up to a certain point, then one of the species is elevated to consciousness so that they can be a steward of the rest of the life on the planet.
It's me. They've asked me, and I've accepted.
And
I said, give me the job. That's what I said. I said, give it to me.
And
I don't even need to pay. I said.
We teach them what they need to know to take care of the other species. We teach them the magics for interacting with nature. We teach them, agriculture, architecture, the foundational elements of science so that they can develop their knowledge. And we make the planet protected by embedding a celestial grid on it. Okay. Now, that means that there are base stations all the way around the Earth that create shaped gravitational anomaly fields. Okay. That they're not something that you see. But if you know where to look, you can actually test them and verify they're there, which then lets you map out the grid all around the world. And once you have the grid mapped out, then you're able to follow the strength in those signals to go back to where our base stations are within the Earth's crust.
Mac tonight.
Mac tonight.
Well,
So the thing is that the base
what is
stations are protective because the gravitational fields that they create will disrupt relativity fields. And relativity fields are what's necessary for deep space travel and interdimensional travel. So
Well,
if someone
I would-
comes to a planet with one of these grids in place that they are not supposed to be on, they'll intersect with one of those fields and it will disrupt their craft and they'll crash.
So, if was Atlantis where we suppose an Atlantis was? Is that a place? Is that a place where there's gravitational fluctuations or anything in that area?
I'll actually take it a step further. Atlantis is El Dorado, is Shangri-La, is Brigadoon.
Okay.
It's one city. It's a city
With a
ship
lot of
that would that would travel around the world when taking care of the different cultures. So that's where it gets the reputation as disappearing.
The hanging gardens of Babylon are there, and the Library of Knowledge, or something to that effect, right? Library of Wisdom and Knowledge, or something.
So the Celestial Library,
which was like you could relive. Supposedly, you could relive. Like you could, like you could relive a complete person's reality. Like the virtual reality is so intense that you can like go into somebody's life, like as it's being lived.
That's what the empathic connection is that we use,
and like just like enter them like a virtual reality, but they don't realize it. You're in their subconscious, but you're seeing everything they're doing, and you're doing, supposedly you could do that in that library, like it was so advanced.
So here's the deal: is that the base stations that create the grid that's protecting the Earth from alien invasion are actually a celestial library of knowledge, and that's part of what I'm supposed to teach people. So when I show them where they can detect the grid itself, then they're going to be able to refine their technology. They're going to be able to map the grid and find where the base stations are. These are shaped gravitational fields. And when you understand how to detect the presence of them, then you can start refining the technology in order to detect what the frequencies are and the types of forces that are being used to shape the gravitational field. And once you understand those, then you're able to read the differences in all the different nodes that we have at the base stations around the world. And that is celestial internet. That's how to access our library. So
now,
human
is that
technology.
what they would call ether? Like, would that be like an ether?
No. No.
That's not.
It's
It's
scientific
the natural
fields.
grid
Yeah.
that is like what powers that. What is it powering? Or what would it be producing, like that? Unseen force. Maybe like electricity. You can't see it. Ether. It's
right.
Supposedly it's there. But
like you can't see gravity.
Right.
You can't see,
but
the
you
way
know it's there.
But you see the way it interacts with things.
Absolutely. Try jumping on
But
try
the
doing a backflip.
But the grid itself is what the Laurent ley lines was created from.
With the dowsing rods, right? Like kind of finding them via dowsing. I mean, there's other methods, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and that was my other question to you, though. The Bermuda Triangle? If the Earth is so big, is that very, like, is that a rare thing, or is there many more of those? Because I mean, the Earth is so big, right? Is there somewhere else? There's got to be in the grid somewhere where
there are lots of them, and I might as well endanger the world with what I release.
No, don't
Okay.
do that.
No.
No. You don't have to say anything
Okay, so
because I just get to asking you. But
right.
at any time, please.
I'm unshockable.
If you have to be quiet, I understand. So don't ever
No.
think that I'm
Well,
trying to
you know,
pry.
if I have
just
to,
love talking.
if I have to
and-
endanger society in order to protect them,
well,
then I will.
I would.
You know,
I would never want that. So there's no.
Right.
So of course I wouldn't want you to. So don't do that. Absolutely, don't do that.
So
I just
here's the deal.
love asking you questions, and if you can answer them, that's wonderful. If you you can't, I get it.
The base station in the Bermuda Triangle is a unique one with how we have it set up, because what it does is it actually travels around in a circle, and within the circle it's also spinning. So you remember the spirograph?
Right, like a
how it would
whirlpool
make
almost,
yeah
right?
how it would make those loops that would go around in a bigger
Like an
circle,
atom.
but you would go
the
Yeah.
gears. Yeah, an
Yeah.
atom. I think with the gears.
Yeah,
that you would,
so the path that the base station in the Bermuda Triangle travels is that it goes around in a big circle, but within the big circle it's swirling, like the top of a tornado or a hurricane does. And if you actually go back and you track all the vehicles that were lost in the Bermuda Triangle, and you take out the ones that were specifically when there were severe weather events, and you just retain the ones that are left, you know that occasionally there are going to be some that just crash because the ship or the airplane has a mechanical failure or whatever. But you're able to track the trajectory and the path that the node that the base station in the Bermuda Triangle takes, and you can calculate exactly where it is right now by mapping out that traversal pattern based on where all the vehicles were in different years and dates when they disappeared.
especially that flight of P-51s that were on a routine flight from, I think it was like maybe Cape Horn, South Africa, and they were coming around, and they all disappeared. The whole fleet was gone. It just
Flight 19, yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yep.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. That flight path right there would be invaluable, but I don't know if they've ever released that data. I don't think that data's ever been. It's just like down to the flight path, the actual data.
So here's where the fun tricky thing comes in on it. So it's about the electrical fields and electromagnetic fields when it comes to the interactions.
That was pretty simple mechanicry.
Simple mechanics. Yeah, when you look at the time period in which the majority of vehicles went missing during the time frame, what you're looking at is that the alternators
P-15s.
that were
what are they? P-51s or P-15s? The Mustangs.
What
are they, Sidvich?
Well, P-51s are Mustangs, but this flight was torpedo bombers. They were a different model.
Oh,
but I know I always think they're P-51s too.
Yeah.
But the thing that we're looking at is that
more Mandela stuff.
Is that during the time frame when the majority of vehicles went missing, this was when they had just started putting alternators into aircraft and ships for generating electricity.
Yeah, and to stop them from stalling mid-flight too.
And this was
a problem, right? Sidvich?
I don't know. And this is before they had a need for frequency regulation, right? Because we didn't have the standard frequency regulation grids for all the other stuff. They were just about generating the power that was necessary to run all their systems on board. Okay. So when the engine went faster, the alternator turned faster, which meant that the electrical frequency that was being pumped through the ship, which then made the electromagnetic frequency because of the magnetic shells on the ships and planes. You had a convergence of an electrical field and an electromagnetic field that was being generated by them. And when the electrical field and the electromagnetic field are exactly the right frequency and then intersect with one of the fields generated by one of our grid nodes, that means shifting out. It
So
means
they could've-
shifting across the timeline.
Oh, so they could
so-
be. I mean, are they alive or did they?
They went over to timeline 14. They went to the next Earth down in the series.
And that's 14.
Uh-huh.
Is that because of the number of how many is before it? Because they're supposed,
This is timeline 15 that you're in right now.
15.
This is Earth 15, and this is the last timeline we're doing.
Great.
The Mandela effects. Now this is where it actually gets really fun. Is that the Mandela effects that are being experienced are not because of previous timelines. They're because this is the last timeline.
Yeah.
So what
scarier.
happened was giving you and I've got my mead now, so I'm gonna jam. So
hit it.
Mead. So here's the deal. Earth 1 goes through, humanity destroys the planet. Because we have our celestial grid on the planet, Earth is quantum locked, which means that we're able to reverse time on it. This solar system is kind of outside of the universe as far as the time field goes, the quantum locking system that we have in place. But
You made it
so are
I'm not
you
laughing
saying?
at you.
Oh,
There's
okay.
funny going along the bottom here. You read the bottom black bit?
Oh man!
I made it funny.
You were working
Williams
on your
World.
pool, man. You're working
There
on
we
your
go.
pool. I was just asking questions on, I'm
William.
sorry.
William,
Man.
oh, I think Walt's happy.
Yeah, because he's happy. He's happy
Yeah.
we're all here. He's doing his thing. He's flying.
Okay,
He's doing
yeah, he
his
said
thing.
headphones are charging. There we go.
Cool.
No worries. Look,
Sorry,
All
I
right.
laughed to interrupt.
So-
I just read it and I thought
Yep.
I'd thank each and every one of you for coming tonight. Oh, isn't that sweet?
He's
Yeah,
Aw,
because I
love
I
you
just
gotta go to
both.
bed.
changed
He's
There
gotta
we
go
go.
to bed. He's been working hard all week. He probably
It's
gotta
my
go to work
Sunday.
tomorrow. So he's gotta work
It's my
tomorrow.
Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
I know he doesn't.
So, Walt, make sure you get good sleep tonight. We all love you.
We'll
Yeah,
let
we love you
you.
all.
You guys
Bully,
rock.
bully, bully, bully.
Sorry, dude. I
And-
wasn't
and-
trying
and-
to overstep.
Oh, we've been live for
I just been asking.
No.
I just been asking Nos questions that I thought would.
Yeah, I've been
might be
listening. It's
Other
been
people
it's
I
been
think
great.
are very.
We all have to sing happy
that it's-
birthday yet.
And sometimes things are hard to
Avengers, thank you,
articulate.
Sidvich.
And I just wanted to know, just how things kind of connected.
Yeah.
Just the connection of, and I wanted to hear it from you. And it's
Okay.
it's an interesting, very interesting.
So let
beyond
me
interesting.
so let me run you through the series and how it works. So Earth was destroyed. We pull back time, and then we branched off a new timeline by making some changes. Now, when a new timeline branches off from the past, that means Earth 1 is no longer destroyed. Okay. Earth 1 then still exists, but now there's Earth 2. You got two parallel branches.
All right.
Earth 2 continued on through its processes. Humans destroyed that one. We rewind. We kick off from briefly after we started Earth 2, and now we have a third timeline, Earth 3.
Let me ask you a question. Now,
Yeah.
just real quick, is that where doppelgangers come from? And also, does that have anything to do with, like, say, can we borrow somebody from that time? Like say somebody died here,
Yes,
was assassinated. Can we take
Yes, on
somebody
both counts.
from one of those?
Reincarnate.
And that's part of where we're going.
Not even that. Just like if they die and nobody knows, like say Paul McCartney.
Mhm.
Okay? Let's
Yeah.
say that he really died in 1965. Let's just say, because that's that's a conspiracy.
Yeah.
But it's very interesting. But let's say he died in 65. Could they have gone and got another one and came back with him?
Yeah.
And then just kind of trained him to be the other guy.
Yes.
Is that a possibility?
If they knew how to cross, it's just like sliders. If you know how to get across to the other ones, you can bring people and stuff back from them.
Interesting.
Um,
Interesting.
so
Yes,
That's
because of,
interesting.
like you said, the doppelganger thing.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's.
there's
I'm curious about the doppelganger. Does
yeah,
can
Will
you see a
Smith,
there's
for
glimpse of one
instance,
of
there's
your
one.
others?
There's a
yeah,
few.
yeah.
And then
There's
good. Is that not
when
good or?
when you're at soft spots. So to understand the soft spots, I have to explain kind of what's going on here.
Well, Stephen
Is
King would call them thinnies, I think.
right,
Remember, they were like thin parts of where you could just see like
right,
over into the other
yeah,
reality where like the gunslinger was from,
yeah,
and you could see the, you know, you could just see it, but it would,
yeah,
and it was enough to maybe you could even cross over on a
yeah,
door, But
yeah.
anyway,
So
it's
with
very
so with
interesting.
so the thing is that there's a limit to how many times a timeline can be reset. Okay.
Or branch
And
off, right?
yeah,
Is what you mean.
yeah.
Is by reset, do you mean branch or do you mean
yeah, branches. It's
okay.
going back and creating a new timeline off of a timeline that previously existed. Because functionally, with 15 Earths acting at the
Jesus.
same time, there are 15 Earths that are simultaneously coexisting
That's what I was going to ask you.
within this quantum
My other
locked field
question.
right now.
Like
Now,
so all of them are just working in tandem, just like that.
One
like
of them, I'm a
one,
fucking millionaire. Yeah.
right?
Could there be like 15 Susans then? Is it like that? Could there be
there's
15 GGs? Could there be
no, there'd be more.
No,
There'd be
no.
more if
Susans?
they're
Could there-
branches. Because
String theory.
So here's the tricky thing
branches.
is that
More string theory.
when we went back to do the reset after Earth 1, each time that we do that, it branches off into a new timeline because we've made a significant change in the timeline. Okay. So, each time that we do that, the new timeline that occurs is different from the previous timeline. And then when we go back from that timeline and make another change, Earth 3 is much more different from Earth 1 than Earth 2 is, right?
But
so you have
we have no remembrance of anything. We just
right.
like all of a
So
sudden we're
so
just
you have compounded changes. So like a large number of people who are present on Earth 15 are also present on Earth 14. When it comes to Earth 13, there are a lot fewer of the same people that are on timeline 15. When you go to Earth 12, there aren't a lot of people that also existed on Earth 15, right? And the further back across the timelines you go, the less the Earth is like this one. Because we've made so many changes, the changes compound with each other.
This goes down well with a few cones. I like it.
Sorry,
Sorry.
She's 100% correct. That is exactly what the crescendo of that was. Yeah, is that the further you get from that point
origin,
it just gets further and further from your reality. So you're not
Earth is evolving through the
no. This isn't. It's just that timeline, right?
But no, she's not wrong with her analogy either, because what we're talking about is that if we make a change to the timeline, then Earth has evolved to a different history.
Yeah.
Right. And then when another change happens, that's like another evolution, like another genetic evolution when a species is growing up, right? And the more you do that, the more variations in species you get, the further away the 15th evolution is from the original form of the species.
So right? It would be okay.
So it's less recognizable.
Right. So like we probably wouldn't do well on Earth 1.
Right.
It'd probably be pretty far. It'd probably be hard for us to take in
like Earth
changes are.
So like Earth 1 was a worst case scenario world.
See,
all the way across the board.
See,
right?
that's what
I get it.
That's
case scenario world.
But what is so strange is this is all
Nightmare, you got it. Yeah. So here's where it
nails it
gets
every
fun.
time.
Is that with timeline 15, Earth 15, where we are now, the thing is that we understand we can't reset the timeline again, right? There are too many Earths. There are universal forces at play that limit how many times you can replicate a timeline. That's dependent on the mass of the quantum locking field and all sorts of other things that play with that. But we'll just say, due to the size of Earth itself and this solar system, that Earth cannot be reset again. Because what we're looking at is that, yes, technically we could reset the timeline again, but what would end up happening is that we would have so many soft spots on the Earth that the laws for reality would be breaking down, and there would be a breakdown in connections between Earth 16 and 15 and 14, and the connections between all the worlds would start breaching and meshing them together.
Who needs them when we have 15?
Well, that's why
See,
Doc
I'm just
destroyed the time
thinking.
machine.
I'm
I
just
don't
thinking.
care. We're
I'm just
gonna
thinking like a
die
selfish
anyway.
human. I'm just thinking like a selfish human. What do I care about 14, 16, 17? What do I care about any other one except for the one I'm on? And is that
Correct.
how the others feel?
And that's how they all feel. Now this is where it's going to get ugly. Is that knowing that we can't reset Earth again without Earth being totally screwed by the meshing and bleed through from the quantum locking field breaking down, then what we're looking at right now is that because my people understand this is the last time that we're doing this, then we actually have inserted people on all 15 timelines who are doing the same thing I'm doing here.
So
they're working with humanity to try to reawaken them and make them aware of the history of celestial human relations. They're giving them technological advancements. They're giving them societal advancements to try to see which version of Earth has humans that are capable of saving themselves and saving the planet. Only one Earth is going to survive.
And is that moving on to move on to another age, or to what's the over under? Like what's
So the over under that we're looking at here is that when one Earth has followed the path that's given to them, and they do what's necessary to save themselves, then the Celestials that are helping on the other timelines are going to pull out, and all of the other Earths are going to destroy themselves, deleting themselves from existence.
And
there's only
we
one
wouldn't
Earth
know
that's
anyway.
going to survive this. Right.
And we wouldn't know anyway.
Okay.
So there's no.
And
So there's
on that
no.
note,
Mhm.
welcome to my birthday party and the end of the world.
Yes.
We're gonna end
what?
it here. We'll see you
Yeah.
another day.
Oh yeah, you know what? I could talk. We could all talk to Nos for hours. So yeah, we'll go ahead and give Walt a break. And Nos, you and I could talk for hours. You know that. Oh God, I could. I haven't even scratched really. I barely scratched the surface.
Right, don't
And
start again.
that's what's funny. Is I barely scratched the surface, and look at how far we went from.
Get the book, Gigi.
I mean,
Just,
well,
just stay backstage for 10 minutes, no problem. Right. Bye bye. Bye 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 bye.
You want me to end